is immaculate. It's like all tile and marble and stuff. It's nuts. I mean, the amount of money they spend in there. And there's a guy in there walking around constantly cleaning, picking up stuff. And there's, 20, 30, 40 urinals and stalls. And so you're not standing next to a dude. There's definitely
they got dividers and all
space.
that. Yeah.
Dividers, yep.
Yeah, I heard it's from floor to ceiling.
Floor to ceiling, yep. So
you had Gator at tile, don't worry.
Watches, yeah. And, the food, brisket, pulled pork. Then you got chicken sandwiches. They got
chicken dog.
What else? I mean, you got to get the pudding cups. They got. It's roasted almonds, roasted pecans.
There you go, dog.
Dude, it's nuts. Fudge, taffy,
rabbit food.
It's like being at a carnival, man. It's awesome.
Probably has that smell too of the almonds.
I have yet to, and maybe Buc-ee's will be the answer. When does the smell of the roasted almonds
match the taste?
Match the taste. Because the roasted almonds, the smell is a 10 out of 10.
That's cinnamon.
The taste, 3 out of 10? Is that being generous?
I think it's accurate.
Yeah. So maybe Buc-ee's is the answer to the riddle. All right, Gator, it's time to go full throttle. We'll do that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We're going to do a little role play coming up here in a minute on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Oh, great.
By the way, if the Lions do lose Aaron Glenn and he becomes a head coach, they are awarded 2 third-round picks.
Oh.
Yeah, two third-round picks.
Like one for 2025?
I think they're 2026 and 2027. Okay. I don't think you get it for this coming draft. But the weirdest thing is, do you remember it felt like forever the Lions could not get anything out of the second round?
Yeah.
Is the third round been a challenge? Maybe not.
Oh, I mean, the second round they took, even on Brad Holmes, they had the one draft which was spectacular, but they also
Portland Branch.
Yeah, they've taken Onwuzurike. Wasn't he a second round pick?
Onwuzurike was a second round pick.
So what are his second round picks? Because obviously
Onwuzurike, Pascal.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had the 2 studs, Laporta and Branch. Last year, Rakestraw. Third round picks. He didn't have a third round pick last year. He took Hooker and Broderick Martin 2 years ago. Kirby Joseph 3 years ago. Lee McNeil and Fatu Malifamu 4 years ago. So 2 third round picks. We all know about
Broderick Martin.
2 third round picks. He could do some work with 2 third round picks.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is he uses those to move up.
Yes, he does. Well, he can use it to move up if he so chooses. But yeah, that's part of it. Ben Johnson has addressed the media today in Chicago, and we'll play some for you coming up. Kang, do you think it's an apt description that Ben Johnson's coming in hot?
He's coming in hot.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming in confident like a man who's been to Buc-ee's.
Oh, like a man who had a sit down in a clean bathroom and got to spend the time he needed without any fear of anything. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then come on out, feel refreshed.
Mm-hmm. No rush. Yeah, all that. Just took his time.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how he sounded.
Okay. Gator?
Doug?
It's that time of year.
I don't know if I've ever been sadder to hear that music than I am right now.
Yeah, it still feels...
It hurts.
Sucks.
I mean, I know we have to focus on what's next, what you're looking at, but it's been nice to not have to do that in the month of January.
It was nice not have to do it in October.
Yeah. Alas, here we are. You got a mock draft.
Did you see who came out with a mock draft today?
No. I haven't looked at the mock draft.
Let me just start with this and say that this is not a guessing game. This is a what would you do if you were Brad Holmes game. Right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure.
We have Fresh Mel.
Oh.
So this is
the good stuff.
The good stuff.
This is the good stuff.
Fresh Mel. Are you ready?
This is the madman.
With the first pick. The first pick, the Tennessee Titans select Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to wait through this first round, and we'll tell you who's still on the board when the Lions pick.
Okay.
And again, it's not a guessing game. What did Mel do? It's what would you do? So if you haven't seen this, you can play along, and we will expect your text messages. And Gator, I want your pick. So we'll give you some of the big names that go off the board and players that might be interesting to our local audience as we work our way through this. So first pick, Cam Ward, quarterback, Miami, goes to Tennessee. At 2, the Cleveland Browns select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, cornerback from Colorado. At 3, the New York Giants take Shedeur Sanders. At 4, Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, outside linebacker from Penn State, goes to the Patriots.
He's awfully good.
Probably won't be around at 28.
No. I think he might be my favorite player in the draft.
At 5, Jacksonville takes Mason Graham, defensive tackle, Michigan. Other interesting picks that impact us here in Detroit or have some local flavor. Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan, goes 9 to New Orleans.
Who do the Jets take?
Michael Williams, outside linebacker from Georgia.
Say that because that's likely where Aaron Glenn's going.
Bears take Will Campbell, tackle guard from LSU.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense for the Bears.
Tackle from Texas goes to San Francisco at 11, Kelvin Banks Jr. Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, goes to Dallas at 12.
What? Ashton Genty doesn't go to the Cowboys at 12?
Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State, goes to Indianapolis at 14.
It's a good pick for them.
Other players of interest that might impact Detroit. Genty does go 20 to Denver.
20.
Yep. Emeka Egbuka goes to Pittsburgh at 21, wide receiver, Ohio State. Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan, goes to the Chargers at 22. Alas, Mike Green, outside linebacker, edge rusher from Marshall, goes to Green Bay at 23.
Is that your guy?
I love Mike Green. And he could be in that range that the Lions could get him. Cornerback Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame, goes to the Vikes at 24. Josh Simmons, tackle from Ohio State, goes to the Texans at 25. Josh Connerly, tackle from Oregon, goes to the Rams at 26. Gator, Lions are on the clock at 28. I even hate saying that.
Right. We're no longer looking at 31 to 32. Now it's down to 28.
Yep. Here's who's on the board for the Lions at 28. James Pierce, the edge rusher, outside linebacker from Tennessee. Nick Scorton, the edge rusher, defensive end from Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State. Tackle from Minnesota, Ariante Irsere is available as well. And Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. Gator, one of those players is the pick. Who would you take if you were Brad Holmes under this situation? Now, I want to start with this before we get to your answer, and we want your text right now at 248-539-9797. I just named 6 guys that are on the board. One of them is the pick. Who would you take? 248-539-9797. Edge rusher for Tennessee, James Pierce. The edge rusher from Texas A&M, Nick Scorton. Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State. Ariante Irsere, the tackle from Minnesota. Who would you take? Now, with 6 guys there that I think are all really appealing, there's even a couple more. I'm going to go ahead and say that there are going to be some people that want to trade back. For the purposes of this, you can't trade the pick.
Damn it.
But, dude, every single year we see this, we say the same thing. This would be a good pick to trade.
What if I trade up?
Yeah. Oh, is there a player that they just miss out on that you want?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the
Mike
whole list
Green?
there.
You want Mike Green?
I don't know enough about any of these guys, Doug.
Okay. All right, so we want your picks at 248-539-9797. Who would you take? Being here at 28, admittedly, I got to admit, there's a lot more players available than there were when we did this exercise at 32, and it doesn't feel like it's that many spots.
I know where I guess I know what I'm leaning, what I'd want to do. And it's just based on, I guess, in my mind, what logic would be in terms of positions. I don't know enough about each edge rusher to discern who's the best edge rusher out there.
Yeah.
Not at this point. However, the logic tells me that there might be a better value with an offensive lineman at that spot. And that's kind of where I'm leaning. I don't know if they need – it sounds like they've already got guards with Mahogany and Manu. So I'd probably lean towards a tackle.
Okay. We'll get your final pick coming up in a moment. We want your text right now. Tell us who you would take. We'll read a bunch of those. Kang, we'll get your pick under these circumstances, and we'll tell you who Mel Kiper takes for the Lions at 28 at 116. In the meantime, Ben Johnson coming in hot. Hear what he had to say at his introductory press conference. It's a bit surprising. We will play it for you this hour as well. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we learned sometimes it takes more than grit that you think you'll need to win in the playoffs. And on these cold Michigan mornings, it also takes grit to drag yourself out from under the warm, cozy blankets and go to the gym. Show Some Athletics apparel will make you feel like a gritty Superman and keep you committed to your New Year's resolution. Show Some Athletics apparel has the most comfortable performance hoodies to keep you warm. Their stuff is high quality. I've got some and I love it. It's a Michigan-based athletic apparel company. Clothes that are built to last. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsomerespect.com. That's SHOSUM respect.com. All right, here's the feedback from Jilly at work. Kenneth Grant, and you put your head down and run through everyone to get the card to Goodell. Nathan House says Kenneth Grant and McNeil for years would be scary. Stephen Clinton Township says Kenneth Grant. From Wink and Royal Oak, take Kenneth Grant so I don't have to see him be an Eagle and hate my life. From an unnamed texter, with the 28th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select the offensive guard from Ohio State, which is Donovan Jackson. I would take Grant out of Michigan, my best player available. David from Detroit. Jim from Macomb says Kenneth Grant, Michigan. David Florida says I wouldn't take any of those, but under this scenario, I'd take Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Texas A&M. Walter Nolan's Ole Miss. But anyway, Gator, do you have your pick?
So who are the offensive linemen available in this one?
The Eris kid, the tackle from Minnesota, and Donovan Jackson from Ohio State.
I would take the tackle from Minnesota.
Would you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going by position. I don't know. I mean, you would know better than I would be about Kenneth Grant. Is Kenneth Grant really that good, or was he really good because he had Mason Graham next to him and vice versa? You know, those are two pretty good defensive tackles, but same time, you know, I saw games where there were, you know, they weren't as good as I thought they were going to be. So, and it's really about, is he as good as I think he is? I don't know. I want to get an offensive lineman because I think there might be more value with an offensive lineman at that point. Defensive tackles, it just seems like there's so much hit or miss with defensive linemen when it comes to the draft. It's just my own personal bias with it. I think you just get more of a feeling with offensive linemen.
When Kenneth Grant tracked down Katron Allen from behind in a foot race, I think that turned a lot of heads in the NFL. One play does not a player make, but he is very disruptive and a freak athlete. So I think it'd be worth the pick. I think Nolan would be worth the pick. I think a lot of these guys, Scorton's really good. I'm hoping Mike Green falls to them. There's a lot of options here that could really work to their favor.
And the other thing that'll change everything is what you do in free agency. Are you going to F them picks and make a trade with somebody to get a known commodity, whether it's in the secondary or
I know how much you respect Sean McVay, and you following the McVay approach would be your approach, right?
It's not Sean McVay's approach. It's Les Snead's approach. But and it's Brad Holmes' approach. At some point, they have yet to do it. The Lions have yet to do that. So you got a team that went to the NFC Championship game last year. They won 15 regular season games this year. And if they weren't banged up, they'd probably be right back in the NFC Championship game, playing for a chance to play for the Super Bowl. Now's the time, in my mind, that I want to just F them picks, get the guy that's going to put you well over the top, and make it happen.
Well, to be clear, I could be on board with that for sure, depending on who the player is, of course. What would you do? It's not a guessing game about what Mel would do or what you think Brad Holmes would do. What would you do? Kang, what would you do?
I think we got to, first of all, when you do these mock drafts, especially with the Lions, I know it's what we would do, Doug.
Yep.
But Brad Holmes doesn't care about position. He's drafting the player. Okay, so you throw that out there. Like, don't look at offensive lineman or they need a defensive end or this or that. He's drafting the football player. He's told you this to your face. He's done it with his actions. Running back, linebacker. He didn't care about positional value in the draft. He drafts a football player.
Yep.
So I can be blinded by the position though, because we all know there's certain weaknesses on this team. There was no pass rush. So right away, you look at the front four. I mean, do they need a DT? Do they need a defensive end? So my eyes automatically go there, Doug. And I look at Grant, and I look at Pierce. And the thing about Grant is, was he good because of Mason Graham? Well, guess what? We have Aleem McNeil here. We have DJ Reader here. I think he'll be pretty good, too, if he lines up next to one of those two guys as well.
Fair.
But I think outside, it's a really – you're working on your own almost a lot of times, Yes, you'll have Hutch on the other side, so maybe they chip on that side instead. But a lot of times you're one-on-ones. And James Pierce, he's got the size, the prototypical size. You want it from an outside rusher, 6'3", 245, 250. I'm sure he'll bulk up a little bit. As of today, I would take James Pierce because I just think they need that guy opposite Hutch so bad. You saw what happened when Hutch went down. He still leads the team in sacks. He played 4.5 games. He has 7.5 sacks. You know who second on the team in sacks was? Smith with 4 sacks. And he's not an every down player. He's just not. I'm not sure if they're going to bring him back or not. I'd go James Pierce, Tennessee defensive end.
Well, the pick is in. And with the 28th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, Mel Kiper for the Detroit Lions selects James Pierce Jr., outside linebacker, Tennessee. He writes, even with Aiden Hutchinson back in the picture next season, Detroit can't let the Super Bowl window slip away because the pass rush doesn't have enough juice. The Lions, 37 sacks, tied for 23rd in the NFL this season. They were also 25th in pass rush win rate at 35.4%. Injuries wore down the Lions' defense, but there weren't enough playmakers there to begin with, even after the midseason trade for Za'Darius Smith. Pierce needs to build on a 6'5" frame, but his speed can make the difference in Detroit. He mixes up pass rush moves and gets home to the quarterback with 17.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons. So there you go. That is who the Mel Kiper selects in this mock draft 1.0 for the Detroit Lions at 28.
You just have to hope that need lines up with player, because we all know Brad Holmes is going to pick the best player available. And so I'm just hoping it just lines up with defensive end or or tackle or defensive tackle, because I just really feel they need some more help up front.
Well, they do, and maybe the best addition to the offseason is just getting healthy. Somebody called on Monday's show, Kang. You didn't hear this, but somebody called on Monday's show and said they're going to add 7 defensive free agents with all of the guys that are getting healthy. It's what it's going to feel like. So there you go. All right, so we got this Ben Johnson sound.
All right.
And we haven't been able to hear the whole press conference. And by the way, speaking of which, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Brad Holmes will address the media, and we are carrying it live here on 97.1.
Oh, what time is that?
At 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we have that to look forward to. But this is interesting. Ben Johnson in his Chicago job, I would describe this as coming in hot. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think you're trying to, win over a fan base, win the press conference, which means nothing other than it builds some momentum and people get excited. But does it have anything to do with winning and losing? Not really. But here's what he had to say about taking the job in the NFC North with the Chicago Bears.
Savage. Look at that. If that doesn't win over the Bears fans right away, I don't know what does.
So, what's funny is, he's basically saying he's basically saying about the division, I want that smoke.
Yeah.
And then he points out the 2 coaches are up for Coach of the Year. He's the 3rd, and there's nothing he enjoys more than beating the 4th twice a year.
Little whiny Matt LaFleur.
So, I got to tell you, if we were doing talk radio in Green Bay,
oh boy,
this would be the topic until next season. He's calling out Matt LaFleur?
You think Matt LaFleur just picked up from his phone and goes, "What the hell?"
Yeah. What did I do?
What? Huh?
He's got to be pissed. And you know him, he does get pissed. Anything will rattle that guy.
Oh, he always looks like he's about to cry.
Dude. That's something else.
He caught a stray that he did not expect.
Direct shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not even, you're right. That's not even catching a stray. That's just, he's like looking to his left and somebody says, Matt LaFleur, he's like, what? Me? What? Why? Huh? Dude. Well, that just fired up the fan base of the Bears for sure.
Yep. Which, look,
and the Packers. Packers are like, all right, hotshot.
If you are, if you're taking a job anywhere, you do what he's done. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing here. I do feel like there's a little, like he's not interested in making friends.
Clearly.
That is an example of coming in hot. Something else, huh?
I love it. I think it adds more spice to the division. It makes it fun. Look, he was reverent about Dan Campbell, and he just took a shot at their big rival with Green Bay. Obviously, all 4 teams here in this division have a tremendous rivalry against each other. It's pretty cool about the NFL when you think about it. The rivalries within each division. I mean, you compare it to like baseball. Sure, the Tigers have rivalries with each one of these teams, but is it as intense as it is in the NFL when you look at the NFC North?
No, and it's one of the reasons why I actually like the playoff format. I know it's taken a lot of heat given that a 14-win team just had to go on the road as a wild card. But the in-division stuff makes the season better, and it's rivalries, and they're playing for something. What I can't figure out here is whether or not Ben Johnson is the next Sean McVay, and by that we mean the young offensive mind that goes on and has great success, or is he the next Josh McDaniels that as soon as you took him away from the head coach and put him out there in the real world on his own, he flamed out? And I don't know which he is going to be. I feel like right now he made sure that there are 3 fan bases, and really probably 2. He doesn't care about what any of the others think about him. He is trying to appeal as best he can to the fan base that supports his team now.
Yeah, and the other thing with Ben Johnson is we always talk about the offense because he's an offensive coordinator, right? And taking this job. That's only a part of it. You got to find a way to be better defensively. You got to find your special teams guy. And apparently they've located those guys, but that's on him too because he's the head coach. So it's a different animal altogether when you become a head coach and you leave your coordinator job.
So Ben's been taking a lot of heat for staying in the division from fans, and I get it. And even so, that saying that, hey, it's a tough division in general. Why would you want to stay in here, right? But I think Ben took it as, I'm familiar with the foes in this division. We play 6 games against the NFC North, and I know them pretty well from what I do with the Lions. I think this gives me actual advantage to going elsewhere,
Sure.
like to the AFC West, where I haven't scouted them as much, So I think he knows the division. He's comfortable with the division. He's comfortable taking shots at other coaches in the division.
That he is.
Really?
So he's ready to go, man. It should be fun.
Like if you think back on it, it would be like based on that analysis, which I agree with. You'd either take a job with the NFC North or the AFC West because it feels like the Lions have played those teams a million times in the last couple of years.
But you're guaranteed 6 games in this division.
Yeah, exactly. No, it does. It makes total sense when you talk it out.
I seriously can't believe he went that hard at Green Bay and LaFleur. And you're right. He's got to be like, what the hell?
Dude.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Look, sometimes it's really hard to find great service. So when you get great service, you want to let people know about it so they can also receive great service. Precision Garage Door is amazing. Right now, your garage doors are really under a lot of stress with all the cold. It can wreak havoc with those parts, the springs and rollers, the moving parts. Well, they can break when the temperature drops. And when we got degrees, we were 5 degrees below zero last night into this morning, and the wind chills are as bad as they are. You got to be worried about that, and I'm sure you are. And so you need service on those garage doors. If they're making funny noises, get Precision out. They'll take a look at it. And if you need new garage doors, this is the company to go to. It's the company I went to when I needed new garage doors. It's the company I went to when I just needed some maintenance and some repairs. So give them a call today. They're awesome. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, here we go. Feedback coming into the Ben Johnson comment where he says, I wanted to be in this division. Great respect for this division. There's 2 great coaches in this division up for Coach of the Year, and I love beating the other one twice a year, Matt LaFleur. Wow. Feedback coming in, and I had this thought as well, and it's been mentioned. Ben Johnson this is from an unnamed texter. Ben Johnson must have a great relationship. They must be buddies. I assume he's talking about LaFleur. No way Ben Johnson says that about LaFleur unless they rib each other all the time. There is that area where you either are incredibly close or mortal enemies where you'd say the exact same thing. Like, right? If you are really close to somebody, you give them that kind of hard time. Or if you're mortal enemies, you might say that.
Like, I wonder what was said after that comment, or did anybody follow up with a question of why the vitriol towards Matt LaFleur and Green Bay? And did he double down?
Dave and Casca writes in, I was peed at Ben Johnson. You played that clip now? I love him again. Unnamed texter, that's going to come back to haunt him. I mean, it might. It probably has little to do with his success or failure as a coach. I don't think it's going to get in the way of him being a great coach, nor do I think it is because he did this, he is launching himself into an elite career as an NFL coach. So I don't really think it necessarily comes back to haunt you. If he is destined to fail, it gets cited all the time and he'll get made fun of. You know, I mean, you've had legendary moments with press conferences. The bar is high, right?
It's even higher.
Yeah.
You know? I don't think that. I think that would that pales in comparison to what.
But do you think about
what he just said?
What is it? 9-8 wasn't good enough, or 8-8 wasn't good enough? Isn't that what Bob Quinn said about letting Jim Caldwell go?
9-7.
9-7.
9-7 wasn't good enough. He never matched that again.
No,
like that came back to. It didn't keep him. He was going to be bad either way.
Right. It's the right thing to say, but if you can't back it up, then you're going to be out of a job, which is what happened. So you can be brash and bold to start, but once the season starts, you got to back it up. I think he'll be fine. I think the Bears. I know there was a comment he made. He said the Bears are a sleeping giant.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of agree with that. I think the Bears are going to be a team to be reckoned with in the next couple of years. Maybe not this upcoming season, the first year with him there, but I think in year 3 and year 4 of Caleb Williams, I think they're going to be a tough team to beat.
I feel like part of what I believe is going to be put to a test here a little bit with Ben Johnson. I am going back probably about 7-8 years ago. I developed this belief that the coaches in the NFL are more concerned about their leadership qualities and their ability to put together a staff than I am about their X's and O's skill set. And when I think of Ben Johnson, and this may not be accurate, but this is what I think of when I think of Ben Johnson, an elite X's and O's guy. When I think of Aaron Glenn, I think of an elite leader of men. And using my own criteria, probably shade towards Aaron Glenn as opposed to Ben Johnson as a coach, but Ben Johnson might be an elite leader, and Jared Goff would probably tell us that he is. I'm going to be intrigued to see if Ben Johnson can lead an entire football team.
I think that might just be the difference in being an offensive coach and a defensive coach. It feels to me like an offensive coach it's about the plays you're putting in there, right? You're an offensive coordinator. You've got to design plays, and you're trying to get that across. It's not about motivation. Defense, to me, it seems like it's so much about motivation and getting guys to
play
just
with their hair on fire.
Yeah, exactly.
So the one thing about the X's and O's part of it, though, with an offensive guy, it's designing plays to exploit your players' skill sets and to take advantage of the other team's skill sets, which maybe is exactly what you mean. But, you can design the most creative thing in the world. If you don't have the players that can run it, it's a moot point. So you have to be able to design plays that work on the football field with the guys you have and the guys they have. And in Detroit, he had great weapons. Offensively, there really wasn't a weakness. And so we'll see what he does when he has a team with some weaknesses. Can he still be as effective? Ben Johnson taking a shot at LaFleur. This is an unnamed texter. Ben Johnson taking a shot at LaFleur makes me still want to like him, but he's still in Chicago, so blank him.
It's true.
Yep.
You can smile. I could smile about that remark. It's a pretty good remark, but I hope the Bears lose every game except for maybe 2. Go ahead and keep beating Green Bay to make it fun.
We got this one. I want your take. From an unnamed texter, he writes, I'm a Packers fan. I don't care what this dude has to say. It's like when your younger sibling tries to make fun of you, you just push them down and ignore it.
Okay.
Do you believe that this guy doesn't care what this dude has to say?
Not even for a half a second.
I think the funny thing is the way you wrote that sentence tells me you absolutely care. This dude is so dismissive. You mean this coach of a rival?
Look at this division. Now that the season is over for the division, we can say that. How interesting it is from this point on. You got the Bears have a new coach, and it comes from within the division. You've got the Packers, who have now been called out by that coach, which is interesting. But the Packers, I think, probably feel like they underachieved. They maybe even took a step back this year because Jordan Love wasn't anywhere near as good as he was last year. So are they starting to maybe rethink what they have over there? And then you got Minnesota, who won 14 games, but couldn't beat the Lions, couldn't beat the Rams, and now they're questioning everything. Do they need to bring Sam Darnold back or not? Is skinny J.J. McCarthy going to be the guy to lead this team or not? They just gave the coach an extension, so he's going to be there. But, I mean, it feels – and then the Lions have all the motivation in the world because they win the division, yet they fell way short of their goals, and we all know there's a bunch of reasons why. This division is going to be interesting to watch how they jockey for position through free agency and through the draft, and then what emerges when we get to training camp in August.
Here's a fascinating text. The NFC Central is loaded with coaching talent. What coaches in our division will be fired in the next 3 years? Because not all can make it. We know it's win or get fired.
Yeah.
There's truth to it.
Well, they just gave the extension in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of feel pretty strong about Dan Campbell. Matt LaFleur, sorry. Is he going to be the guy to go?
I mean, that text is probably spot on. I mean, they all can't keep their jobs forever. Someone's not going to make the playoffs, unless they just kind of take turns making it and missing the playoffs, like maybe the bottom 2 teams, and they can keep their job that way. But otherwise, usually it's one team it doesn't perform, right? Because the other teams are just too good in the division. Is it Ben Johnson? Is it O'Connell? Is it LaFleur? I'm not going to say it's Dan Campbell.
The one thing about which is good and bad if you're Ben Johnson is the rise of the one and done. Like that stuff used to never happen. It's happened 5 times in the last 4 years that there's been a one and done coach. And so, the good news if you're Ben Johnson, if you are one and done, it's 1 year worth $52+ million, which is what you're guaranteed. Yep. But the bad news is that, you are taking over a tough job in a tough division where you aren't even guaranteed a second year in this NFL anymore.
Yeah, look at Gerard Mayo. Like, he was handpicked to be the next guy.
One and done.
One and done. Ben Johnson, you talk about leader of men, and he's a great play caller. We know that. Great. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's kind of like a genius with the X's and O's, right? The way he calls these plays and sets them up and designs them. But it still comes down to it's a players' league. And if you don't have the players to execute these plays, it looks stupid. Like if you do that double pitch, but no one's blocking for DeAndre Swift, he's dead in the backfield, right? He can't shovel pass it to DJ Moore. Yep. He didn't have an offensive line over there. So we'll see how much grace they give him in Chicago or how much work they do on the offensive line his first year because you don't have Penei Sewell, you don't have Decker, you don't have Ragnow.
We don't even know if Roma Dunze can throw a pass.
Right.
We've done that yet.
No.
Sorry, that was
too soon, man.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Jeez.
It's Karsch Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There's nothing like the NFL playoffs. It's one big game after another. And you know what? Big games deserve bigger payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers a same-game parlay profit boost every game during the NFL playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. So don't just watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man.
What?
Well, we knew it was coming, but just to see it.
Breaking news at this hour, Adam Schefter is tweeting out. New coach in New York, the Jets are hiring former Detroit Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their new head coach. Per sources, the former 1994 first-round pick of the Jets became a personnel scout for the team, now is becoming their head coach. The Jets have now hired 7 head coaches since the end of the 2000 season. And with Aaron Glenn, 6 of them have been first-time head coaches with defensive backgrounds. Herm Edwards, Eric Mangini, Rex Ryan, Todd Bowles, Robert Saleh, and now Glenn. The lone exception was Adam Gase. Was he the one with the bizarre, bug-eyed press conference to take over when he got that job? So there you go. It's according to Adam Schefter, it's happened. Aaron Glenn is now the next head coach of the New York Jets. So the beginning of the pillaging starts with the coordinators. Question is, does it keep going, or is that it?
I hope that's it. I don't want to hear that Fraley's gotten a job to be the offensive coordinator with Seattle. I don't want to hear that Ben Johnson's taking Mark Brunell or Tanner Engstrand with him. I don't want to hear that. We're already losing Terrell Williams, the defensive line coach. He's going to the Patriots to be their DC. I hope Aaron Glenn doesn't poach one of the assistants here. I wish him well. I really do. I like Aaron Glenn a ton. It's going to be tough to win with the Jets. He's got he can work wonders with the defense, and they've got some good players on defense, but offensively,
yeah,
you have no quarterback. Unless Aaron Rodgers wants to come back. Do you even want him back? I mean, do the Jets really want to deal with that?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either.
But the problem is, like we just said, 5 one-and-dones in the last 4 years. You're not guaranteed 2 years anymore. You're not guaranteed 4 years. You don't get to put a plan in place. It's almost like you're expected to win right away, or there's a chance you're going to be gone. And so you got to decide, is it a rookie? Is it a free agent? Or do I go with this dude? Because this dude's a absolute, I mean, he is a distraction personified. But is he the best you can get to win in year one? And that's a fair question.
Right, because you're right. Now it is about you got to win that first year, which is totally unfair, particularly if you're admitting that you're rebuilding.
Mm-hmm.
How can you keep doing that? That's completely unfair. I want him to get a legit shot.
I do too.
I think he's going to be a good guy for that for that franchise, but they got to trust him.
I'm going to be really intrigued to hear what Aaron Glenn has to say so we can talk about what Ben Johnson had to say and what Aaron Glenn has to say. Ben Johnson, what's clear is, in talking to the people, it's the anybody but the Bears job. You didn't have to take the Bears job. Why'd you take the Bears job? But he took the Bears job, right? So that's a fact. He's the head coach of a division rival, and that sucks because, as callers have put it, we can't really root for him now, nor do we want to root for him now. We wish you the worst of luck, which feels mean-spirited, but he's in the division. But Aaron Glenn, it's like, I hope he does well.
He's going to take shots at Mike Vrabel now.
Yeah, he's going to enjoy beating Mike McDaniel two times a year.
Twice a year.
Is he going to say something like that?
Good luck, Frabes.
Right? Yeah, dude, first of all, we're getting texting already, Doug, and it is the opposite of Ben Johnson. People are like, good luck to Aaron Glenn. You know, like hey, great guy, great coach. We wish you nothing but the best. Yep. Ben Johnson, we hate you. Go away.
Well, the thing is, Ben Johnson, I don't know that Ben Johnson, unfortunately, should really care all that much.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't.
Yeah.
Maybe they just needed two Aarons on the Jets, Gator, with Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Glenn.
But here's the other thing. Do you think it's just us, or do you think most people have had it with Aaron Rodgers?
I think most people have.
So he can go there and he can immediately fire one of the most disliked people in the game? Like,
I think the owner would probably give him the approval to. If you want to move on from him, move on from him. I think it would be awesome if they brought back Zach Wilson.
Dude.
Zach Wilson had a better win percentage there than Aaron Rodgers did.
That's actually pretty amusing.
It's factual. Just spitting out facts.
I know.
Sorry, people.
That's your guy.
Man, you found a way to bring him back.
Work with my man, Aaron Glenn.
Don't you want Aaron Glenn to be successful?
Yeah, he can be successful, this guy. Reclamation project.
Because we have no idea who his quarterback coach or offensive coordinator is?
Hey.
You would have it?
Yep. Hey.
Can't argue with it.
You cannot argue with that.
With it. I don't know how to respond to that.
Oh, just don't bring back Sam Darnold. Don't do that.
I know, right? That's the other guy.
But even if there's anybody that knows not to bring back Sam Darnold, it's the guy that beat him twice this year and had him completely rattled. Hey, Coach, what do you think about bringing back bringing back Sam Darnold? Come on. That player is not coming back.
The thing about that player is he sucks.
Yeah, the thing about that player is he can't get the job done.
That's hysterical. Well, we'll see what happens now, because the question becomes, does he raid the staff? Do either of these guys raid the staff?
Well, and can they only raid the staff for a coordinator, right? I don't know if they can raid them for just bringing a position coach to be their position coach.
No, they can,
unless the contract is up.
Well, they can give him the old assistant head coach title.
Can they?
That's the workaround, yeah. That's the workaround.
Well, if they give him an assistant head coach title, does that mean we get another draft pick? Or is that only for coordinators becoming head coaches?
I think it's only for coordinators becoming head coaches. Mike Garafolo saying, among strong candidates to join Aaron Glenn's staff with the Jets is former Arizona head coach and Panthers interim head coach Steve Wilks. But Wilks was a defensive-minded guy. Yep. So I think we're more concerned about him poaching a offensive coach to become his OC. But we'll see. We will see. And now Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have some work to do.
Yeah, well, now they officially know. I mean, they've been working on it for a while, I'm sure. But they now it's official that both coordinators are gone. You need a new defensive line coach. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
And it may be real simple. May just say, hey, Coach Shepard, congratulations, you're in the DC. Tanner Engstrom, congratulations, you're our new offensive coordinator.
What about
Mark Brunell, you're a new offensive coordinator. I don't know.
if things don't work
Scotty
out
Montgomery
with whoever they hire as offensive coordinator, and we talk about our scenario
I
about
already know what you're going to say.
who doesn't survive the division. The
Matt
Detroit
LaFleur.
Lions select or hire Matt LaFleur to be their offensive coordinator.
That would be funny.
Bring it full circle.
Yeah.
It would be amusing.
The possibilities.
Just get it right. Still got a ton of talent. That's the most important thing. And they still have an elite general manager that can continue to stock the roster.
It would be nice if
Michigan native Matt LaFleur.
yeah. Let's stop the bleeding here, right?
Yeah.
Stop the pilfering. Stop the rating of the staff.
Do you think the rating's done? Are we going to lose fairly?
I mean, I always get nervous when you hear about a second interview. That's real, and I don't know. It's an offensive line coach that gets that position, and Seattle's got weapons to work with offensively too. At times they look great, and other times they can't even get a yard. They've got some pretty good running backs there. They've got a mobile quarterback, and they've got outstanding receivers. Having an offensive line coach take over that team, I think might be a really good idea for him.
Yep. All right, Mike and Rico are on deck. Scott the Gator Anderson. What do you suspect they'll be talking about next?
I think they're going to do nonstop mock drafts. We know how much Mike and Rico love the mock draft, and they're going to give it the full due. They're going to lean into it. I think they have at least 5 mock drafts lined up.
That and Bucky's discussion. 97.1 The Ticket.
Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn will be the next head coach of the New York Jets. Reports this afternoon say the deal was actually done yesterday, but Glenn wanted a day or so to consider that deal. Glenn played 8 seasons with the Jets, and Lions head coach Dan Campbell has now got the job of replacing both his coordinators. Meantime, former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson held his introductory press conference as new head coach of the Chicago Bears this afternoon. Johnson says that while on the sideline of the Lions this season, the Bears were actually more of a concern for him than the Vikings and Packers. As for Johnson's message to the players, he wants them to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams also out the door today, reuniting with head coach Mike Vrabel as new defensive coordinator of the New England Patriots. And the Pistons look to make it back-to-back wins when they continue their road trip at the Hawks tonight. That tip off at 7:30, 7:05 pregame right here on 97.1. At the Corbin Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wednesday. I'd say stay warm, but good luck. David's dressed like he's going on an expedition to Antarctica. Kang walked out of here in a parka. What the hell's going on? That glass could take a semi-truck, but it can't handle -2 degrees? What the hell's going on in there?
That is correct. It is freezing in this studio.
Now, Kenny, luckily, has the benefit of alcohol seeping through his pores. That keeps you warm. Kenny's like, no, I'm good. David's about to put a jacket on.
It is cold, and I walked in there right before the show.
Nice and toasty back here, boys.
Somebody open a window?
That's from that, what is that? That Ambassador rum you drink, or whatever the hell it is.
Admiral Nelson. Damn it, get it right.
No, I got Jets on the brain because Aaron Glenn's up on the TV with a Jet logo. Mr. Ambassador hired him. So, yeah, literally a moment ago, Aaron Glenn is gone. So let's do this. We're going to have a golf conversation today. So this will probably get bloody. We do want to talk a little bit about a topic Rico got invested in with a few callers yesterday, but do it in a more formal manner, which is which loss gutted you more? Last year, up 17 against San Francisco in the NFC title game, or what went down Saturday night? So we've got a lot to do, but look, here's my question. And I want to see if people are going to live in reality or fantasy land. And that just really is the dividing line in this. So it's bad enough if you lose both your coordinators or one of your coordinators. The idea is you had high-level people here.
Yep.
And they're both high-level enough that they had their choice of job. Ben Johnson, I truly believe any team not named the Patriots, the job could have been his if he wanted it. For Aaron Glenn, at least 2 of the 6 openings were his if he wanted it. Saints or Jets.
The Jets didn't want Ben Johnson either, don't forget.
They couldn't get Ben Johnson. Yeah. But, okay. So here's my question. You lose both coordinators. You know where I stand on that. But now you lose Terrell Williams, your D-line coach. He's going to be a DC. You are almost assuredly losing one or both of Hank Fraley and Mark Brunell. And you got to be on the lookout now where you're going, wait a minute. In this hypothetical space we're in, I lost my OC, my DC, my D-line, QB, and O-line coach. I mean, it is different when Dan Campbell got here in that, yes, this will be a more coveted job. But you shouldn't be replacing as many as 5 assistants, including both your primary lieutenants. But if you have to, I don't understand, and this is a question I know I can't ask you because I know you're with me on this. So it's like, be curious. I'm being curious. I want to understand how any well-reasoned adult could call a radio show and say, nothing to worry about. Going to be just fine.
And here's the worst part. You go through that whole roster of coaches you lost, it's a lot easier if you won the Super Bowl because you could say, ends justified the means. Guys, we finished the race. You didn't.
Correct.
So,
And the way I view it, guys, there aren't enough qualified people for the amount of jobs that are available. Okay, there's 32 OCs and 32 DCs. More than half of these guys suck at their job.
Yep.
And there aren't 32 high-caliber OCs available. There aren't 32 high-caliber DCs. Then you get into the positional groupings. So when people, like Rico, what I laugh at is people think that Ben Johnsons are built in a lab. No, you found Ben Johnson only through throwing Anthony Lynn in the garbage, then Dan Campbell admitting he couldn't call plays, and you found this guy that at the time was 34 years old and was this Jedi. Okay, great. The odds of doing that again, very low.
Yeah. I mean, because, look, no smarm to Ben Johnson, but it was almost, you're all we got, kid. Until we find something else, it's your job.
Is that Kenny without a beard on the TV? I think that's actually what Kenny would look like without a beard.
You're right.
That's Kenny Cott.
You're right.
Live on SportsCenter. Bald Kenny. That's amazing.
No beard.
Keep going. Kenny, is that you without a beard? This cat on TV? That kind of, I think that's what you would look like.
What are we talking about here?
The guy with the Eagles logo behind him.
You think that's what I would look like
With no beard.
with no beard?
Yeah.
Babyface Kenny.
No, I would look like that, except like a 16-year-old version of that. I have severe baby face.
All right. Thank you. So my question to the people is this. What is your level of concern as you sit here today? And again, if you choose to live in fantasy land, that's your prerogative. I'm not. My level of concern is a 4 out of 5. You're losing both coordinators. You've already lost your D-line coach, and the odds are, I'll split the difference with you. You're losing one of Fraley and Brunell. So, yeah, I'm a 4 out of 5. 5 means you just don't think the team's going to be capable of staying afloat. No, I don't believe that. 4 means you're not going to nail every hire. There will be slippage, but you're good enough to probably still be a playoff team next year. All right? A 3 would be, look, I lost Ben Johnson and my quarterback might take a step back on its own. But being a level 1 or level 2, no. This is too much turnover. And it is not a finished product. No, I don't believe that Aiden coming off a broken leg will play 65 snaps a game next year. No, I don't believe Aleem McNeil will start the season healthy. I don't. Hell, I may not see him till mid-October. No, I don't believe magically you will have the fearsome foursome up front and your D-line. Guys, this is how the league works and why I'm angry about them losing Saturday, not doing the Costa, I will remember you, Sarah McLachlan video. No, I'm not sad. I'm pissed because you only get so many bites at the apple. Now, Dan Campbell's charged with basically rebuilding his entire staff. Yeah, pardon me if I don't think that's going to go great. But I want to know what you guys think. Where's your 1 to 5?
I'm at a 4. I may be leading 4.5 if I'm allowed to because I don't know how Aiden's going to come back to this. I don't know if they're actually going to go out there and draft some players or they're going to go out and get more fun players. And by fun players, I mean like receivers and running backs and tight ends. Are you going to go out and get some offensive or defensive linemen early in the draft rounds? Man, that's a lot to replace. And historically speaking, most teams don't get better when you flip both coordinators in one season. So, yeah, if things break right, you're at a 4. If things break wrong, you're at about a 4.5 or a 5. So, yeah, you've hit critical mass. This is crisis mode, in my opinion.
And again, I just please, can we not do this thing of, oh, well, Aaron and Ben would never raid Dan Campbell's staff. Don't. Guys, it's a business.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You're moving your wife, your kids. You're moving your life. You need qualified people who are looking for a promotion.
Yeah. And you know what? I've worked well with you. And
that's right.
You know what? You used to do this. Because trust me, it's stuff that they talk about all the time. In the event I ever get a head coaching job, would you mind coming and being my OC or my DC? Yeah, sure. All right. And you've already had that talk. So it's not a big surprise. I'm with you. Dan Campbell, because we said this year, man, he should be up for Coach of the Year. No, if they could do anything remotely of 11 wins next year, that's your Coach of the Year. I'm just going to call it early because that means he did a great job filling in a lot of positions.
And look, could you have the next Ben Johnson here? Maybe. Is it Scotty Montgomery? Is it Engstrand, your passing game coordinator? I don't know.
Randall.
Okay, look, throw whatever name you want out. It's just my biggest fear. There is absolutely no way Jared Goff will have the relationship with the next guy that he had with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
And therefore, it concerns me about Jared Goff. Because to get the best out of Jared, think about what you've done. And I like Jared Goff. But you had this symbiotic relationship between one of the best OCs in the sport, a guy who was well thought of enough that now, was this the third cycle, he could have had a job. You lose that, you got to rebuild from ground up. Yeah, will Goff have input on the hire? Unless I'm clueless, which I'm not, yes, he will. And then the defensive side? If you want to write it off and go, well, Aaron Glenn sucks, then how'd you have a top 5 defense until the injuries really took? Does he not get credit for that? Does he not get credit for 2 weeks ago, the game plan against Minnesota? So, again, having to do the idea of, well, this is the system we run and the culture. Rico, you nailed it. These are men. They're not machines. They come in with their own ideas, their own way of doing things. And yes, they all got to work for Daddy Campbell. But you can't just 3D print another Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn.
Right.
And then much less the quality control layer that's underneath them.
Right.
So I would love to hear from the people on this.
Well, Mike, there's a deeper topic in there, but let's just leave it simple because with your next OC, okay, yeah, you work with Goff, but what if Goff ain't your guy?
Well, then you're not taking the job because they're not in a position to move on, nor do I think that's advisable. And the one thing I'll tell people, Jared Goff's contract is going to really trigger. It starts next year, but his cap number in 26 goes to $69 million. Meaning, you're
stuck with him for 2 years.
You're 2 years, but if you redo the deal to not have $70 million on the books for your quarterback, that means he's your quarterback for 3 and 4 years.
Okay.
So I want people to understand that, like, no one's walking through this door and going, I'll take the gig, but I don't want the quarterback. That's not on the table.
That's why I said I don't want to derail it, but it's just like, what if they end up doing them like Cousins? And like, yeah, we'll pay you, but you're going to sit. We're going to move on to this person. But saying all of that, bringing in all of these coaches, they're coming in with their own strategy. And to think that, oh, well, you'll do everything and run plays like Ben Johnson and do the trick plays. Next guy may not be that type of person. Next guy may come in here and say, you know what? We're just going to run the ball. We're going to learn, run the ball, play action. That's our offense.
And there's no way to preview it. I'll give you an example. So you look at a guy like Scotty Montgomery. Am I going to hold his failed head coaching tenure at East Carolina, his alma mater, against him? No. But I also can't say he's a genius. Like, people are going to come out and go, well, Ergstrand's, he's just like Ben Johnson. Is he? That's like saying 2 cups of coffee are the same. Yeah. I'm not going to put this crazy, I'm not going to be negative saying they can't possibly have a good hire. They can. But what I don't want to do is separate it now. Because now both sides of the football are going to be in coaching rehab. I mean, these are major hires. And remember, it's not about staying afloat. Can you be better than you've been to win a Super Bowl? Magic 8 Ball says highly unlikely.
Especially on the defensive side, because it's like, okay, what do we have? Because, heck, by the end of the year, I'm like, I don't even know any of these players. 40? Okay, I don't know who you are. God bless you. Bless your heart.
Mo Allen.
You out there trying. So, okay.
248-539-9797. Yes, we're going to have a Goff conversation. And maybe this is the springboard to it. Because losing Ben Johnson, yes, I think it hurts Jared Goff. Yes, I think he takes a step back. Meaning, I don't think there'll be an MVP in his future. I think he's good. But make no mistake, I don't believe anyone will ever get the better out of Goff than what Ben Johnson got. And before you think that's me being negative, no, it's how much we think of Ben Johnson. Mm-hmm. Can't have it both ways. You can't sit there all bricked up that you have Ben Johnson, and then when he walks out the door,
it didn't matter.
That's not how it works. Yeah. All right, be curious. And I want to talk to the people. I'm fascinated. Aaron Glenn's the Jets head coach. We'll see who he takes with him now. Go ahead.
All right. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Right now, through the end of the month, January 31st. $1 down, $15 a month gets you a membership at Planet Fitness. It is the home of the judgment-free zone. What does that mean? It means, let's face it, we all said that we want to get in a better shape. You're not in the greatest shape. Don't worry. They don't care. They just want you to come in there and use their facilities. A lot of Planet Fitnesses has brand new strength training equipment and cardio equipment. And there's over 50 Planet Fitnesses located throughout the Metro Detroit area. So it's very simple. $1 down, $15 a month now through January 31st. Oh, and by the way, if you need a little assistance, don't worry about it because there's free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. Go stop in and check one out. And when you do, bring in that dollar, sign up, $1 down, $15 a month. Go to your local Planet Fitness right now, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
All right, Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anybody. And you're going, wait a minute, Bleep Hole. Why are you selling me a deck? It's -7 out. Well, just hold on before you get upset. A, I'm saving you money. You get on their schedule now. You can lock in a price before the prices go up. Second of all, you can get on their schedule. I don't know if you heard this, but no one's doing it longer than Northville. They get busy. So select your products. They're all on display. Take home some samples. And yes, in the hellscape of our weather right now, plan to have your deck built this spring at the lowest rate possible with the best availability possible. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. It's Ben Johnson wanting to stay in this division. Oh, I'm sure that's going to chap some of your entitled asses. Oh, he's an enemy of the state. What is he supposed to say, guys? Yeah, I really didn't want to go against Dan Campbell. He scares me. The guy got paid $13 million. The only guy who makes more money than him is Bundle-Ruski. I mean, what the hell are we talking? Yeah, Bundle-Ruski. I mean, like, he has to say those things. But if you want to get upset about it, God bless. I'm just not interested in talking to you about it. What we're asking is, okay, now it's official. Johnson's the coach of the Bears, and Aaron Glenn's the coach of the Jets. And you lost your D-line coach, Terrell Williams, and it sounds like you're going to lose at least one of Fraley or Brunell.
Right.
Maybe both.
Yeah, Campbell's not quite Will Smith at the end of The Fresh Prince, just standing in an empty apartment, but it's getting there.
It may be there later today. We'll see.
Right.
David, ticket text before we go to a full rack of people that want to talk. Your level of concern about, for lack of a better description, Dan Campbell having to hire a bunch of new coaches.
I'm at a 4.5. We're in trouble. We may have missed our window with Saturday's loss. Someone else says, I'm at a 1 out of 5. What we have now is that we have never had in our lifetime is winners. We have a winner's culture. There will be growing pains, but we will prevail. I think it depends on who he hires. I think there are good people available, and if they are all no names, I'll say a 5, but right now I'm at a 3, Mike, in a car.
It's not about the names.
Yeah.
It's the idea that this is the best OC-DC combo in team history, period. There's nowhere to go but down. The idea that you will fill both of these jobs at an elite level at any point simultaneously is a long shot. But to do it in the first shot, first go around, same off season, and have no slippage, to me, that's Powerball. I mean, if Dan Campbell does that, like I said, we talked about the 100-foot-tall Dan Campbell spire on top of Ford Field.
Yeah.
Holding a cup of coffee. And it's going to be lit up LED blue because we're getting the roof that we were promised at LCA.
Good luck with that.
Just let me dream.
With a kneecap between his teeth.
That's fine. If he is able to reconstruct a staff on the fly with no slippage.
If he does that, then I will be the first person to say he is your coach of the year next year. Plain and simple. Because now, not only did you have to keep the everything going, you had to replace the people, he's the man.
Go ahead, David.
I'm at a 3 simply because of our roster being good. A little worried for next season, but I'm at a 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is reasonable. Mm-hmm. I'm probably just a little more based on the amount of spots he has to fill. And I've told you, I am concerned about Goff. Not in that I don't believe in him as a leader or a player, in that it's going to take time because he will never have a relationship with an OC like he had with Ben Johnson here. Remember, he played better under Ben Johnson than he played under Sean McVay. Now, part of that is maturity, part of that's experience, but make no mistake about it. It's why Tom Brady always did well with Josh McDaniels. And it's why he didn't do as well when McDaniels left. It's just that symbiotic relationship.
Yep. You know what plays I want to call. You know, okay, when he's in trouble, he likes to do this. He likes to run this play.
David.
Concern level is probably a 7. It can go down once I start seeing some hires, but I am extremely worried right now. Someone else says, I would say a 2 on my worry. I believe it will be easier to rebuild the staff when they have a star-studded roster to work with. Tyler in Fowlerville. And then this one from Thomas, a Florida fan for over 50 years. He says, I'm pissed, angry, and upset. I feel these coaches that left abandoned us before they could accomplish the Super Bowl. They had their own agenda, not team players and about the team.
I refuse to accept that that's an adult who wrote that.
It is.
Well, I don't want to talk to them. Let's go to Logan, 97.1. Hi, Logan.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. And I got to say my concern level is probably about a 3, but a 3 that's maybe a little closer to a 2 than a 4, only because I don't know what that ticket texture was saying, but we have star players. I mean, do they not know we have, all pros on both sides of the ball? I'm not going to ignore the fact that there's a lot of holes to fill. And I mean, there's teams like the Chargers in the past that have had all pros on both sides of the ball, but have just not been able to put it together. So, I mean, there is concern there, but I mean, shoot, you're going to have Branch in year 3, Kirby in year 4, Aiden, on the defensive side, not only in the offense. So I do think Goff is going to take a step back, but I potentially see Jameer and maybe even Amon-Ra taking steps forward just based on them maybe having just more, I guess, relaxed play calling and a little less being cute, like Ben kind of got.
All right, so can I want to address something you said, Logan, and I'm not busting your chops. I'm asking you though, if Goff takes a step back, can you win a Super Bowl?
And I think, it depends if the defense is well. I mean, obviously you look at Mahomes, right? Mahomes took a step back, but look at where they're at. So
yeah, but hold on, a step back for Mahomes is a whole different world. Like
but the stats, like the stat wise.
Okay, but when the chips are down in a fourth quarter, there's no one better in the history of the NFL than Pat Mahomes. Like, I understand your point, but like, come on, I don't want to enter the Mahomes Goff thing. Just leave that alone. Goff is who he is. Yeah. Any step back, my opinion, you're not winning the Super Bowl. He has to be the guy he was, good Goff this year. Not Houston, not the playoff game Saturday night. He's got to be the good version for you to win a Super Bowl. If you're stepping down from that, Logan, I'm sorry. I have, and again, maybe it's not about the Super Bowl for some people. Maybe they just want to be good and continue. I don't know.
It definitely is, but here's the thing. I mean, why is Goff throwing the ball 40 times? You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't have, put him in that position and, run Jahmyr Gibbs a little more. So maybe simplifying things a little more potentially helps out. And maybe he takes a step back in the stats-wise, but potentially the offense is able to flourish with a better defense that's not injured as well. So I guess that's my whole...
Yeah, and Logan, it does all work together. I do agree with you. I think one thing is I think we're talking about slightly different things, which is you're saying from a statistics standpoint. I'm saying from a level of play. Those are two different things. The statistics, no, you're no problem. But I'm saying without Ben Johnson here and without that relationship, he may not play nearly as well. Mm-hmm. And that ain't a stats thing. If he does, it means Dan Campbell made a hell of a hire. But for a fan base that already has doubts about their quarterback despite chanting his name at grocery stores, losing the best offensive coordinator in the sport and a guy that was coveted around the league and a guy who brought the best out of Jared Goff, the best, saved his career. Yeah, I am very worried. Go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, Mike. What's up?
Good. I travel around the country quite a bit, and I listen to a lot of sport talk, and you guys far and away are the best show I listen to, so I just wanted to give you that.
Thanks, Mike.
First off, thank you. The one thing I wanted to bring up is I am worried about Goff. I would say it's more of a 4 is my worry because, to your point, Mike, if with him losing Ben Johnson, he is going to take a step back. I know we've got elite players, but I don't know, man. It makes me very nervous for next year.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
And the other thing I wanted to bring up, I'm not sure if anyone else has brought this up, and I'm not making excuses, but I think the NFL has to take a look at letting these coaches interview during the week of playoffs because these guys are getting on Zoom calls, doing presentations with these other teams, trying to get, interviews or whatever, but yet they're trying to prepare for football games. And I think the NFL has to take a look at changing that.
And look, Bill Belichick agrees with you, right? He came out and said, I hate seeing bad teams affect good teams. But, Mike, the only thing I can tell you is this, right? I have enough faith in these people that in the course of, let's say, 10 prep days and 14 days total, a 1 hour Zoom. Remember, Ben Johnson did not interview face-to-face with the Bears. This was a Zoom, and this was back channel. I just can't, if they are that, and I want to say this without being insulting, but if they're that mentally fragile that they can't compartmentalize an hour and it somehow upends their ability to coach in a game, boy, that means you don't think much of these guys. And I can't bring myself to that.
And I think a lot of people are just saying that because they lost. Because, the Chiefs guys, they did interviews too, and nobody's screaming up and down. They weren't dialed in and focused when they played the Texans. It's just because people needed a boogeyman. And that's the reason why. Because they weren't fully committed to Detroit. And that's just not true. Because here's the thing, guys, you do realize when they did the Zoom meetings, they didn't have a team to game plan for yet. They didn't know who was going to win that game or not. So it could have, he's got 4 different teams that he could be in gaming planning against. Yeah, I think it's okay that he took a 1 hour Zoom call during that week didn't really hurt you, didn't set you off. It wasn't like he took the Zoom call the Friday before the game on Saturday. That's a little different.
97.1.
Hey, the action is heating up in the playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, hey, if you think that Jaden Daniels is the man, how about this for a parlay? The Washington Commanders on the money line. Daniels to throw for over 250 yards and for rush over 50 yards at plus 1,000. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bet and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for detail.
All right, it's primarily, almost exclusively going to be Lions, and I'm going to get back to the phones. Aaron Glenn is now the Jets head coach. Ben Johnson in Chicago. You lost Terrell Williams, your D-line coach, and it sounds like you're going to lose one or both of Brunell and Fraley. We'll keep our eyes on that. Can I just, 90 seconds, I want to ask Kenny a question, if I may.
Go.
Kenny, have you read any of the stuff regarding Seth Jones?
No, I have not.
Just the possibility the Blackhawks might be willing to move him. And I understand he's got an AAV of like 9.5 a year, right? He's paid like the best defenseman in the league, and he's not. and he's 29 or 30, but he is basically a built-in-a-lab defenseman. You got a lot of defensemen that are going to be young and cheap. I'm asking you, any interest in Popeye Jones' son?
It depends on how you manage the salary, but absolutely, he's not a bad defenseman.
No,
he's a very quality
good
defenseman.
He's on a horrible team.
Yes, and he's
You
not
have a
worth that
need.
money. But as a voice in the room too, with all those young players you have, I think that's a very nice idea. If
Okay,
you can
I
figure out
had
a way
to ask.
around the money, yes.
And again, take a guess at the teams that are interested. Before.
Oh, let me guess. Every team that's in that log jam that we're fighting with.
No. But before snobby Red Wing, those idiots said Seth Jump. Colorado's interested. Dallas is interested. Real franchises that do real things.
It wouldn't surprise me if like a Toronto was interested, like teams that actually have playoff aspirations to make deep runs.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great sign.
Just wanted to ask you if that was totally insane or something you'd pick up the phone.
If you can navigate around the money, not totally insane at all.
Well, the way I look at it, and you can tell me if I'm off base, is that you cost average it. So it's like, yes, Mo Seider makes a ton of money, but there's no other defenseman on this team that makes much. And even next year, when you bring over Pellica, you bring over these guys that just aren't going to make a lot of money.
And they won't make a lot of money for a little bit now.
Correct. So it offsets the 4 or 5 years left on that deal. Yes, you have roster filler, but like a Tarasenko's going to drop off. God willing, you pay somebody a draft pick and you get Cop out of here. The point is, it's a defenseman. It's something that's needed. I think he'd be better in a better situation. Is that an ignorant hockey take or decent?
Not whatsoever. Chicago's not a great position to be in right now.
By the way, Popeye Jones' son.
It's funny because you said that. I was thinking like,
No,
this is
seriously.
related to Popeye Joe.
Well,
but
he
you
was
said
born
that.
when Popeye played for the Mavs. That's when he had Seth. So there's like a connection from what I've been reading about going home. I think he was born in Arlington, Texas. So, and do you remember Popeye almost beat Michigan State?
Yes.
Remember, what was it 2-15 matchup, 1990 NCAA tournament, right? Murray State?
Yep.
The Racers.
Can we get him here in 10 days?
No. The Red Wings don't do anything fun.
Okay, just hoping we get him before or at not Martin Luther King, I'm sorry, Black History Month.
Oh.
For God's sakes.
10 days.
Okay, Kenny, that was all.
but
90 seconds out of 4 hours. I had to ask the question.
Well, do we got to wait for the Four Nations tour? Or
Okay, I'm going to Eddie. We're not going down that road. Eddie, what's going on? We'll get the train back on the tracks here. What's up?
Mike Rico, thank you so much. I've been waiting 5 days to call in. I finally got off the negative train. So I want to put it to you guys like this. I'm at a 4, and I'll tell you why. And I just want to tell Lions fans here, welcome to the NFL. Okay, this is the price we pay for being good and having a good franchise. We used to sell lemonade on the street corner. Now we're a publicly traded company. So what's happening is a lot of other teams want our guys. That's not a bad thing. But to your point, Mike, it's going to be a heck of a climb to get these guys to not only get the coaches in the door, but, I'm more worried about the Ben Johnson deal than the Aaron Glenn. I love Aaron Glenn, and Aaron did what he had. And it was, he was putting this thing with Bondo at the end of the year. I can't even believe – I don't even know what we were watching at the end of the year, to be honest with you. But the offense, he's taking that – they're downloading our entire playbook, our tendencies, our this, our that. It's going to be a tough climb, especially within the division. But with that, in saying all of that, I think we need to temper our expectations. I think we were very excited, as we all were, to have a football team in our city, and we loved what we were watching. But this is what real NFL teams do: they lose people, they get people, they rebuild on the fly. And another thing, Mike and Rico, our schedule is not that easy next year either. Have you seen the road teams we have to go and play?
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to say the least, but I'll say this. Look, enjoy it. This is what we've been wishing for from generational standpoint. Just enjoy it. Have fun at some level. Look, these guys are under a tremendous amount of pressure already. We don't need to just bag on them and put them down. Just enjoy it and just have fun. We will get there. I don't know when, but we will. At least we have a path. We have the light is at the end of the tunnel. I can actually finally see it. Before I was under the covers and it was in the middle of the night. I mean, you couldn't see anything. I mean,
yeah. So you were a Giants fan. You were me.
Look, we've never seen this level of success. This is completely foreign.
But so, that's the problem. Eddie, that's the problem, brother. You understand that I don't think a lot of your fellow fans do, is that it's really hard to stay there. And it just becomes
very emotional.
I know.
Yeah. Look, and to answer your question from before too, Mike, losing last year was worse than losing this year. Last year I was in a catatonic state because it was very visceral and very emotional that we blew that game. Man, you're watching that game on Saturday. You know what's happening. I mean, at this point, we're all big boys. We know football. We know play calling. We know this. We know that. Man, if you got 5 turnovers, I mean, there's nothing I can do. What can I say? I mean, I don't know what I can say anymore. But listen, we're going to be back. Everybody kind of take a chill pill. Love this team. Wear your gear. Don't be ashamed. And just be proud. That's it. That's all we can do as fans. That's it. That's it.
I get what Eddie is saying, and yes, I still think that this year is a little bit harder because you had it all. It was there. You made it to the NFC Championship game, but you had every advantage this year, and it is hard to get the number 1 overall seed. You found out how hard it was, Lions fans. You had to go all the way to week 18 to secure that spot. It was all there for you, and you blew it.
Sorry, I was just pondering. Kenny was looking at me, and I don't know if he's disgusted that I brought up the Seth Jones thing or actually happy.
No, I like it. It's an idea that will never happen, but I like it.
But Chicago would keep some of the money.
They would have to.
They'd have to. So if I could get
regardless of who they're trading with, by the way, they're going to have to.
Yeah, but my point is, if I can get Kopp off the books, and they keep, let's say, 2 a year, and now his number's 7.5.
One less dead body in your defensive court, yeah.
And look, they want financial freedom. I understand that for their rebuild, but you could give them assets in lieu of total financial freedom. It doesn't matter. It won't happen. The Wings are going to do nothing. All right, sorry. Nice job against the Flyers last night. 248-539-9790. That was rude. We'll move it on. We'll focus. We've got the Lions, and we are going to have a golf conversation today. And I want to see where people are at with it. IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's just that simple. They're not a random tax organization. These are pros, and they have dealt with the IRS for years. They'll create a plan, and they will advocate for you. Get on the offensive, save your time and money. So don't let your tax problems get worse. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
All right, the national championship game is over, but the college news never stops. David, if you would, please. All right, I have some odds for next year. Where would you like to go first? Would you like to go team or would you like to go individual?
Let's go individual.
All righty then. Odds to win the Heisman. I'm going to give you the bad odds first.
Okay.
If you are an MSU fan, Nick Marsh is plus 50,000. Aiden Childs is plus 15,000.
Okay, that makes sense.
Bryce Underwood, for you Michigan fans.
Plus $1 million?
Plus 6,000.
Oh.
So you have better odds with Bryce. Now, Ryan Williams, wide receiver from Ohio State, plus 3,500.
Okay.
Sam Levitt and Miller Moss, plus 3,300. Here's a familiar name to Detroiters, David. Dante Moore.
Yeah.
Quarterback for Oregon, was quarterback for Detroit King. I was a little shocked by this, plus 2,000.
Seriously.
Sounds like they expect him to step up and become the main quarterback at Oregon. Let's face it. If you're a quarterback at Oregon, you're going to put yourself up there that you could probably – so, yeah, Dante Moore plus 2,000 to win the Heisman.
Yeah, you'll win some games. You'll be in some spotlight games for sure as Oregon.
Yeah.
So, that makes total sense that Dante Moore is plus 2,000.
This is like Rico's coaching rehab when guys would go down to Saban. Dante went to QB rehab. Yeah. You're going to take a seat, slow this thing down.
Yeah.
Plus 2,000 for the Heisman?
Yeah. Along with Carson Beck.
He's plus 2,000?
He's plus 2,000.
Oh, he has fallen.
No. It's just, new faces, new places, and leaving Georgia's infrastructure. That's not easy. And Miami has to reload. They lost a lot, man. They lost a lot of really good players.
Gone, and offensive. Yeah, you're right.
But look, I'm not as down on Carson Beck as a lot of people are. I think he made the much smarter decision than Quinn Ewers. Carson Beck knew. Take the money. Rehab, get that injury right. We're going to go to an offensive-minded place that helped launch Cam Ward to maybe be in the top pick. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Carson Beck is a top 3 QB in next year's much better QB class.
All right. Julian Sayin, Ohio State's supposed new quarterback at plus 1,800.
I'm just going to pass. He's never played. I know they think the world of him. I know they really do like him, but also, what does it matter? They don't deserve any more good things. They just won the national championship. I don't want to hear about it.
Okay, so let's play a little game real quick within the game.
Yeah, sure.
Call 3 quarterbacks and a receiver, all tied at plus 1,200 for odds to win.
Next year.
For next year. 3 quarterbacks and a receiver.
I'm going to guess Klubnik.
Yes.
Good guess, David.
Whoops.
And honestly, I know Rico will have my head for this. Clemson had a really nice year, and Klubnik actually took a step forward. If he does it again, he'd be in the thick of it. Sorry, I'll duck now.
Ah, you're fine. 2 more quarterbacks and a receiver.
Nussmeier.
No.
He's probably higher than that. Okay.
Jeremiah Smith?
He is the receiver. He's at plus 1,200.
Got a hard time with it, though.
SEC quarterback, Big Ten quarterback.
SEC quarterback. What about the kid for A&M?
Nope. Let me just stop you right there. You're overthinking it.
Oh.
Arch Manning.
Nope. SEC quarterback.
DJ Lagway?
His name, first name rhymes with my name.
Nico
Iamaleava.
Yes.
Well, I will say once he establishes that he can complete a forward pass, I would have thought of him. He was dreadful this year as far as throwing the football. Dreadful.
And the other quarterback that's at plus 1,200. Here's your hint. Final hint.
Oh. Penn State quarterback.
We are.
Yeah. Penn State.
I'm not. No, I ain't doing this song and dance again.
Drew Aller.
What? Why am I continually told Drew Aller's awesome, yet every time I see him play, he stinks?
Because you only watch him in good games.
Oh, my bad. I should
games
value that big showdown against Akron.
The games he's supposed to be good in?
Right. You should watch him against Southern Missouri. Then he'll light it up.
I like Rico's game too. Rhymes with blank a doodle do.
At
blank Willow.
The second best odds to win the Heisman, this is according to FanDuel. Quarterback.
Second best?
Second best.
Yeah, Arch Manning.
Arch Manning it is.
Because the award has lost so much respect because it really is just a popularity contest, I can't argue the odds. But I'll say it again, he's barely played. That's very hard for me to accept.
Agreed.
And look, when you play a game or they bring you in the red zone for a play, that is different than here's the entire offense, figure it out.
Well, it worked for Tim Tebow.
So then Nussmeier has to be the favorite.
Nussmeier, I know you hate me, but I love you, buddy.
No, not you. I hate Tebow. I can't stand him.
You don't like that commercial?
No, I don't like anything about him. I think he's totally fake.
Yes, Garrett Nussmeier, number one, plus 800 right now to win.
Yeah, where's he at? What school's he at?
Oh, is that LSU?
Did he stay? Did he go?
Oh.
I just want to 10 minutes before kickoff. Did he transfer to Texas Tech? Like, what do I got to be on the lookout for?
Okay.
I was like, what happened?
Right, I was too. Like, okay, did I just miss something here? Did Mike just get a Mike bomb going down?
Yeah, he transferred to Baylor.
Okay.
No, it's hard to argue. And look, LSU should be loaded for bear next year.
But David, if you want your value,
Dante
Bryce
Moore.
Underwood.
Bryce Underwood, plus 6,000.
Man, you put another zero on the back of that, I wouldn't bet it. What are you kidding me?
Well, then he'd be at Nick Marsh status.
No, but that's just totally unfair to Bryce Underwood. He's a true freshman.
I don't expect
no weapons.
Yeah, correct.
And
but we got Bama's running back. I don't care.
your top teams, Michigan plus 3,500
To do what?
to win the national title.
Oh God, I can't.
A&M plus 3,000. Mike, your Ole Miss plus 2,300. LSU plus 2,000.
Give me Clemson.
Clemson plus 1,800.
There we go.
Ooh.
Tennessee plus 1,800. Alabama plus 1,600. Notre Dame plus 1,200.
Nope. Come on.
Any of those? All right. Penn State plus
Yeah, no.
Big game James. No.
plus 850.
Keep going.
Kenny, want to take a guess what Georgia is?
5.
Well, since you're going down in number, I'm going to say what? 657, something like that?
700.
All right.
I need to see it from Gunnar Stockton. Limited sample size. It looks like every time he throws the ball, he's trying to throw it to the moon.
We then have Oregon plus 650. Texas plus 650. And Ohio State
Preseason favorite with an unproven quarterback. huh?
plus 450.
That's a nice sport you got there. You guys enjoy that. What do you want from me, man?
Ohio State with a quarter. We don't even know how good he is. If he's
David,
going to
the
be the
lesson to
quarterback.
be learned in all of it, it's fun for us to talk about for 7 or 8 minutes. But if you put your hard-earned money on any of this, you are outside of your GD mind.
So
I shouldn't place it on Bryce Underwood right now. It's
You're better off buying one of his T-shirts if you care that much.
any chance that Florida State ever bounces back?
I'm going to say no.
Because right now they're sitting at plus 9,500.
I'm just going to say no.
So
I'm pretty sure that the iodine has ruined the pool.
Florida plus
I'm in.
5,000.
I'm in because Lagway could be. Lagway, the way he played as a true frosh, the way that team played for Napier, backup still competing. Yes, if you want a bomb pop, yeah. I'd look at the Gators there. Why not? If Lagway's as special as people think he could be, plus 5,000, why not? They're due to beat Georgia's ass anyways.
Can I interest
I'm sorry, Kenny. I'm just saying they are kind of due.
Can I interest you in the University of Miami? The U.
No, you can't because
Okay.
it's Mario Cristobal.
Okay.
I can't bet on a coach who 2 + 2 = 5.
Got a Georgia quarterback though.
Yeah, but it's
Plus 4,000.
they'll go 9-3, and Beck may win the Heisman, but they ain't gonna win the big games with Mario. He's terrible.
Last couple. USC. Want to take a guess?
It's incalculable.
Wow.
Plus $1 million.
plus 8,500.
Plus 10,000.
Oh.
This may be it for Lincoln Riley. If they don't do something fun, I mean, he can't go 7-5 again.
Well, the fact that Lincoln Riley had the same odds for USC are the same odds for Indiana. just to put things in perspective.
Also, your odds for MSU are nothing.
And
if you click the button, your phone explodes.
Here, you know what? Here you go. Your odds for MSU. Let's just have some fun with this.
Plus 5 million.
Okay, Mike doesn't want to play. David, go ahead.
Plus 50,000.
Plus 50,000. Kenny?
I was going to say also plus 50,000.
Plus 50,000. You want to play?
Plus 100,000. 250,000. Plus a zillion. We should be somewhere near UMass and Louisiana Monroe.
Why do I try? Every day I get up and I try. Why?
I'll say Texas with a dollar sign.
I'm going to Aaron Glenn's staff. I'm out of here. No, MSU is plus 20,000.
Dude, Kenny.
We were close.
Kenny.
Yeah, you guys were closer
Take
to
your
this
money,
guy.
roll a joint, and smoke it before you bet on that. Plus 20,000. Yeah, what? To win 8 games?
No.
And that is your college football diddly-do.
Lions head coach Dan Campbell will now have to replace both his coordinators after Aaron Glenn was named the next head coach of the New York Jets this afternoon. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says the deal between Glenn and the Jets was done yesterday. Glenn played 8 seasons in New York after they picked him in the first round in 1994. He was also a scout for the team. Meantime, former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson held his introductory press conference as new head coach of the Bears this afternoon. And defensive line coach Terrell Williams also out the door. He's going to the Patriots to be their new defensive coordinator, reuniting with Mike Vrabel. Pistons look to make it back-to-back wins when they continue their 5-game road trip at the Hawks tonight. Tip-off at 7:30, 7:05 pregame right here on 97.1. And 5 Tigers prospects have made Baseball America's top 100 list, led by Jackson Jobe at 3 and Max Clark at 22. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. We are going to get to your phone calls. We've been talking about it. Aaron Glenn is now the Jets head coach. A report, again, take it for what it's worth. It's not gospel, but you might be able to add another name of coaches you're going to be losing. We started the show with, all right, you lost Ben Johnson. You lost Terrell Williams. You lost Aaron Glenn. Now it sounds like you could be losing Kelvin Shepard, your linebacker coach, because apparently that's Aaron Glenn's number 1 choice for his defensive coordinator. Again, it's a report. And the reports seem like you will lose at least one of Hank Fraley and Mark Brunell. In essence, Dan Campbell is left to rebuild his entire staff. What is your level of concern with that? But one moment before we get back to the people on that. The Jaguars have just fired Trent Baalke. This, once again, is just one of these moments in time where I know no one feels good about the Lions right now, nor should you. Whether you're sad or angry, I understand that. But to bring one moment of context to the coffee table, this is why we need to be thankful we have this franchise under the guidance of Sheila Ford Hamp and Chris Spielman and Brad Holmes, etc., is that you don't see nonsense. The Jaguars got rid of Doug Peterson, but inexplicably kept Trent Baalke. Now, the problem is, in a Zoom, Shad Khan said, well, I'll fire Trent Baalke if someone gives me a good reason to, with Baalke on the call. Then it comes out people don't want to work with Trent Baalke, including Ben Johnson. But maybe the straw that broke the camel's back, Liam Cohen, Tampa Bay Bucks OC, really got Baker Mayfield to another level this year. Mm-hmm. Cohen didn't, quote, like their structure. Well, you know what that is. So what does Shad Khan do now? Fired Trent Baalke today. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. These people made their money by being smart somehow, but it doesn't mean you know how to run a football team. My God, if you thought his mustache was egregious, just wait till you get to his decision-making. Shad Khan, everybody. And thank you, Sheila and Lions, for not, you know what? You may have disappointed us, but you're not a circus. David, I mean, that report is truly, because think about it. If they had fired Baalke, do you realize they probably could have got Ben Johnson?
Yep. Or at least Liam Cohen. At least. That's what you waited to do this when everyone knew at that press conference on the Zoom, you should get rid of your GM. And he didn't.
Yes, the delayed dollar short. And this is what you said, Mike. It is so true. The Lions now operate outside of that world because that used to be the Lions for years. It's like, well, why didn't you make this move last week? Or why didn't you do this? Mm-hmm. Why did you wait till now? Like, yes.
Keep a GM, fire him 3 weeks later. That's clown show.
Yeah.
Let me read you the statement. Following several discussions with Trent Baalke this week, we both arrived at the conclusion that it is in our mutual best interest to respectfully separate effective immediately.
Trent, here's the deal.
Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh.
The feedback is everyone thinks you're a bleep hole, and I can't hire a coach because you're here. So I've come to the conclusion you ain't here no more.
Right. You came to this conclusion 4 weeks too late.
I know. I'm not asking you to feel good about the way your season ended. I'm just telling you, you're not in that garbage pile. You're not stuck with me and the Giants or the Jets or the Jags, these clown shows.
I could just see Balky. Like, I kind of figured when you said if anybody wanted me fired and gave a good excuse, I put my house up on the market.
At that point, he should have taken the Jaguar pin off his coat, thrown it at the screen, and logged out.
Yeah, you know what? Let me help you out here, Chad.
I quit.
I'm out.
Okay, let's get back to business. We go to Nick out in Walled Lake, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
All right. So I'm speaking a little hyperbolic, but it's coming from a place of truth, so please indulge me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the coordinators are overrated in all of our heads. I think a unique and creative offensive coordinator isn't necessary for an offense that's flooded with talent the way we have. You know, there's only so many ways you can run a football. You can run left, you can run right, you can pull the guard, counter the tackle, whatever, fake left, fake right. I just don't know how much creativity matters. And, his cute tricks matter. I just think it's like a glorified rock, paper, scissors almost, like the Bears tend to go with scissors on third down, so we'll go with rock. Which brings me to my question is, I almost feel like AI can take over the place of a offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, never head coach, because you need that physical grit in there. But that's my question: is how soon do you think offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators are just AI bots?
Never, ever,
never,
ever.
I know
you're missing the human. You're missing the human connection in this. Look, I'm not Nick. I want to help you out here, right? No, I don't need to add any strife to your day. It's already -5 out. So let me try to do this nicely. First of all, you couldn't be more insulting to these guys who dedicate their life to this. Quote, it's rock, paper, scissors. You're equating offensive coordination or defensive coordination to essentially playing Madden. Okay, right off the rip, you lost us, and it's disrespectful. Second of all, you have to understand what goes into this, which includes not only the ego management of it all, not only understanding the who, the what, the when, the where, and the how, but it is you are playing high-level chess against some of the smartest people on the planet. You then have to recalibrate midstream. When you see an OC talking to his quarterback and staring at a Surface Pro, you are doing real-time adjustments, real-time conversation. This isn't static. The things that you thought would work on Thursday, and now you're in the trenches and the bullets are real. Rico, I want to be nice, but hold it.
I thought he was being. I didn't take that call as being serious.
I had to take it serious. He was very genuine.
I thought he was trying to be funny because I'm like AI and we it's rock paper scissors fight and it's AI. Like, hey, he's either in his feelings or no. AI cannot do the job for you. It can't. Or rock paper scissors. That's probably going to get you fired. So. It is a big deal. It's a very big deal.
Let it never be said that I am not capable of being nice. But that just took all my niceness. I'm out. I got nothing left now. Now my niceness tank is on empty. That's an unbelievable phone call. In fact, I'm going to take a timeout to gather myself. Quote, rock, paper, scissors. The tricks and stuff,
AI can do it.
Offensive coordinators have to have a better understanding of defense than the people calling the defenses against them on a week-to-week basis.
Could you imagine this? The OC and the DC just across the field from each other. Ready? Come on, let's go, Kenny. Me and you.
Oh, it's not Tecmo Bowl? You mean the guy on the other side doesn't have 4 plays and I have 4 plays?
Paper equals zone.
Right. Rock equals run. I got you.
Woohoo! All I would ask is this, because I'm not in a bad mood. If a couple people who've got a little bit higher level of football knowledge would like to call in, we do have a couple open lines.
But that person,
I'd really like to see him filled.
But I'm sure he's out of one, meaning we'll be fine.
I'm not being mean to him. I am maintaining niceness. And I explained it without even raising my voice.
You did. That's personal growth.
Now I am going to take an emotional timeout and slam my head off a urinal. I can't believe that was real. We've just distilled Ben Johnson down to a 14-year-old playing Madden. That's what the caller thinks the job is. Kenny, don't look at me. I blame you. That's one. That's on you.
No, I was just thinking, walking around this building earlier, I think AI could replace some people that are in the office right now.
It wouldn't change their lack of physical presence. 248-539. There's some cubes with dust on it. Don't worry, Kenny. We're going to claim those cubes. Kenny and I are going to have a coup. We're going to set up your air fryer station for some of the people who don't show up to work.
Bring the hot dog roller.
There's just going to be a cubicle, and it's going to have an air fryer in it with a tiger hat on it.
And a hot dog roller, too. It's going to be great.
Done. I'm going to set you guys up. The air fryer will sit in the chair with a tiger hat on. Backwards. 248-539-9797. If you've got anything better than what we just heard, please call. Winter can be brutal on your roof, especially with the record cold temps. Have Victor's get out there and make sure your roof can handle the rest of what Mother Nature's got to offer this year. Victor's Home Solutions, 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather, they will be at your house within 24 hours and give you that 21-point roof inspection, go over the findings, and then get to work. And whatever they do, they're going to back it with a 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it, period. Make sure you're ready. Victor's Home Solutions, 734-773-1100, or make an appointment online at victors.com. You know, I'll tell you, Rico's insulting. All right, 248-539. Hey, hold on. I still owe you one from our pre-show meeting a couple weeks ago. Remember? What was it? The colonizer comment.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you made up for it today.
Oh, bull.
You did.
Now listen.
He handed me his wallet.
Oh, stop it. That is ridiculous. Can we please move on? David, ticket text, and then I want to get to the people. But look, your level of concern, Aaron Glenn's Jets coach, report a few minutes ago, it may be Kelvin Shepard going with him to be the DC. That means you will have lost your OC, you will have lost your D-line coach, your linebacker coach, your DC, and it sounds like you could lose one of your QB or O-line. Guys, your level of concern. Because my concern resides with this. I like Jared Goff more than many of you. But I am not going to get on the air and lie to you. Losing Ben Johnson, my biggest concern in all of this is no one will be able to match what Ben Johnson got out of Goff. What Ben Johnson did for Goff, Sean McVay couldn't do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any slippage in Goff, I think that takes you out of a Super Bowl picture. Now, can you rebuild it? Could it get better over time? Could the defense somehow, could there be this pendulum swing to the defense now all of a sudden? They carry it. Anything is possible. It's sports. But my concern, I'm with Rico. I'm a 3.5 or a 4 out of 5. You are having to rebuild almost your entire staff.
See, I'm at least a solid 4 because it's just going to take a lot. And I know people are going to say, well, they got the culture. The culture is going to get tested this offseason. The culture is going – Dan Campbell is going to have to work magic to get everything back in place, to keep this thing going, to find people who can relate to the players, especially Jared Goff and that offense, because if you're Dan Campbell, do you try to get Ben Johnson 2.0, or do you just try to get the best offensive coordinator, which may bring in a different offense? But will Jared Goff like that offense? Like, there's so many different moving parts, and I've seen it happen before. That's why I say you could bring in this great OC, and him and Goff just butts heads, and it doesn't work.
David, a couple of ticket texts, and I'm going to get right to the people. And yes, we'll have a Goff discussion. Or maybe Rico, maybe yours is the appropriate one, that it's kind of the last stop before we look forward. Your question about Saturday versus last year against the Niners, maybe that's where we go to. I actually don't mind that. My topic sucks. Rock, paper, scissors, 248. All right, David, go.
Let's ask AI. Probably a loser take, but I feel like next season is a quote-unquote figure bleep out year. New coordinators, tough schedule, defensive players needing a year to recover, learn new system. At a 3, though, because I can definitely see a path where having a bad year derails everything. That's from Jimmy.
Jimmy, you don't get a year sabbatical in the NFL. You don't get a figure year out. That ship is gone. So if you take this year to figure things out, you're going to get lapped, and a new team's going to take over and be the king of the North. A new team's going to take over and be that team. It won't be you. You got to figure this thing out. You got to make it work. Not just figure it out. It has to work because your window is starting to close. I know you don't want to hear that. You want to think you're going to be a dynasty like the Patriots and a dynasty like the Chiefs. Doesn't work that way in the NFL. Most teams have about a 3-year window. You're about to hit year 3.
I'm at a year. I'm sorry, I'm at a year. I'm at a 2 out of 5. Ultimately, this team begins and ends with Dan Campbell. The roster has a lot of core pieces and playmakers in place. My concern level is a 0. I would take Aiden Hutchinson over Aaron Glenn any day. Oh,
that makes okay. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's not worth getting upset over. They just don't know anything about anything. So cool. You just let them do what they want to. I mean, this is why there's a ticket text. Think about it. You're thumbing takes into your phone. I mean, I'm great.
Okay. Not everybody, because some people give us great ticket texts. So we're not going to generalize.
Okay.
We're not going to generalize because some people give us great ticket texts. You keep up the great ones, and you show us that you do have a mind out there, people.
Thanks, Dad.
Someone says, I'm at a 5. It's DEFCON level 5 for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Another person says, I heard AI Wojo is actually showing up today. That is from Sid in Ann Arbor.
If you could replace someone at this station with AI, it would be Bob. It would just be a collection of sound effects and disgusting potato chips.
Hey.
Right. I'm done. And throw in a Happy New Year. You wouldn't even know Bob's not here.
Well.
Yeah, go ahead. Say it. Don't worry. I'm not going to judge you.
No, I was just going to ask about the Doughboy. Could he still do the Doughboy bit with the caller?
No, that's still creepy.
Don't think we ever need to read
Not even
that.
AI.
Let's go to Vaughn, 97.1. What's up, Vaughn? How you doing?
Hey, Mike, thank you for taking my call. I am calling to ring the alarm. It is a level 5, and I can intelligently articulate why.
Okay.
This year, you humiliated people. Trick plays, we're running up the score, went over 50 a couple times. You did a Pearl Harbor job on the league. And now this is the Godfather Part 3 helicopter scene where everybody's getting murdered and the only person making it out is the Don. So next year, the league, when you look at a map of Southeast Michigan, it's going to say Nagasaki. It is. The league is going to bring the funk next year. And will you have the ability to withstand that over an entire season?
Yeah.
I know you got talent. I know you got grit. And you got the macho man with the headset on. But at some point, you need some leadership on the coaching level. You need somebody that can pull these guys out of a funk when they're in there. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. No, look, I think you're bringing up something that only fan bases of a team that has won or has won the ultimate prize understand. The hardest thing to do is not just get good, it's stay good. Yeah. And teams, it's not always linear. I mean, we've seen the Niners take a step back. We saw the Eagles become a train wreck after appearing in a Super Bowl. This is the norm, right? Like, hey, remember the Jaguars got good, won a playoff game. Everybody thought, wow, this is their time. Ready? Dead. Like,
but he's got a point here because the Lions, believe it or not, you become that circle game that people remember what you did to them.
Well, you had all your fun with the pitchy woo-woos and we're throwing touchdowns to fat people. And I get it. But he's not wrong.
No, I didn't think of it like that, but you're right. Yeah.
But
and think back to when they tried to make up for the call. The ref blew the call about the offensive lineman checking in. They spent 2 games running that play.
Well, there's a level of pettiness. I mean, Vaughn, look, what you have said is the truth, which is the Lions don't just want to beat you, they want to embarrass you. They've made that abundantly clear. Now, with Ben Johnson being one of those evil geniuses being gone, and Aaron Glenn, who, look, last I checked, as bad as that defense ended the season, they finished the league 7th in points per game defensively. Okay, you're losing 2 elite coordinators. So now you're right. Does the mindset change? Vaughn, I would tell you, I hope it changes. I'd like to see more of a business-like approach. Sure, it's fun when you hit Dallas with a garbage can. But in the big picture of things, part of what got them in trouble is that idea we don't just want to win, we want to embarrass you, we want to kill you. Look at how they approached the Commander game. It's got to be more businesslike. Because you're right. People are, if they see just a speck of blood, yeah, man, the Sharks are swimming. And I do believe, all jokes aside, I know, Rico, you called it the Big 12. 3 playoff teams came from this division with a record of 40-11. And the team that didn't make it just had the best hire of the cycle, your OC. So, yeah, I'm with Vaughn on that. I'm not going to go to a 5.
Still the Big 12, though.
Okay. Kenny, I tried. You know what? Kenny's judging you. It's not even me.
Kenny's not judging me. It was a lot of empty calories.
All right. But
best division in football.
Okay, what division's better? Come on, be serious.
Well, look, as of right now, it looks like the NFC East.
So what? So the playoff success nullifies that 2 of the worst teams in football reside in the East? That's all. I mean, every week in this division, you can get popped. You can't say that about the East. The Giants couldn't go to the bathroom in the toilet.
Okay.
It ended up on the floor every day.
But somebody from the East is going to be in the Super Bowl.
I understand. Okay. You know,
no one, I mean, they didn't win a game between the Packers and the Vikings and the Lions.
I'm aware.
And you racked up all of these wins.
Yes, I lived it. In fact, every day here with you.
Very Big 12-ish.
Okay. Let me know when he's done, David. Be
Not
curious.
Not just me. It's not just me. You know who else said it?
Go ahead.
AI.
Stop it. Stop it. Read something.
AI said, you tell Michael this. All right. We good. 97.1.
God, I hope your roof caves in on you.
You don't.
Just please read something.
I'll be coming to stay with you.
Oh, Jesus.
All righty. Hey, guys, Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness. Right now, through the end of the month, $1 down, $15 a month gets you a membership at Planet Fitness. It's the home of the judgment-free zone. There are over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout Metro Detroit, so there is one near you. And feel free. You can go in there. It is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way and do it on your time. And they got the best staff around. All the facilities are just clean, brand new strength training and cardio equipment at many locations. And as I said, $1 down, $15 a month gets you started. And if you need a little assistance, don't worry about that because you get free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers that will focus on you at Planet Fitness. So head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month gets you started on your membership, or you can just go online to planetfitness.com.
All right. I have a question. I was thinking about this with the last caller. And Rieger had a topic last night. I'm not doing it the way he's doing it. But in the postgame, before we ask Rico's question at 4, with Dan Campbell being as emotional as he was, did any of you guys read into it as more than just season over sadness? Like, now that we're several days out from that game, I'm still left. Like, he knew it was the end of the team in its current format. I think he knew Ben Johnson was good as gone. I think he knew Aaron Glenn was good as gone. And he probably had a good idea several of his assistants underneath that would be gone. And that this 53-man locker room would not be the same. That there are major changes coming. And this is the part, I'm not being slanderous at all, because I think Campbell has done a wonderful job. But I think he knows in his heart of hearts, they blew the 2 best opportunities they'll ever have. They were up 17 in an NFC title game, and it broke their back. Then they do everything. They put the sign up in the locker room. They put it on the scroller, the date of the Super Bowl. All year, Super Bowl or bust. They earn the 1 seed. They go 15-2. They avenge all of the grievances. Skipper is eligible. They scored again on the Cowboys. Just bombing people, right? Yeah. And he's at that podium, and he fell apart. And no one cares more about their players than him. I'm not telling you it's wrong to be emotional. It's not. But I just, am I crazy for reading that deeply into it? That I think he knows deep down. No, it's not that we'll never win a Super Bowl or that we'll never get there. It's that we'll never have these 2 chances again.
Yeah.
And this is going to come, like, it's not always this linear growth, that there might be a step back in order to take 2 steps forward. So I wanted to ask you and the people, as we get into your topic at 4, did it strike you that way, seeing Dan Campbell at the podium?
See, I think it kind of leads into the topic at 4, because I looked at that as a lot of what you just said, but I looked at Dan Campbell and he was so emotional because he realized nobody's coming back. I'm going to have to do this all over again. And my God, this was the best chance that we had. We had it all lined up. Everything was coming through us. We were the best team. We firebombed everybody throughout the entire season, and it ended this way. It was soul-crushing because it wasn't supposed to be to a rookie quarterback at the crib. It was supposed to, if you were going to be crying like that, it was supposedly because the ref screwed you over in New Orleans to Mahomes again, and you all saw it. Not to Jaden Daniels.
No.
Not to the Commanders.
And I think he knows it's probably the best team they were ever going to have.
Yeah. The situation set itself up that he knew that he took it upon himself. And you know, he's the head coach, but he was thinking, my God, I blew this.
Yeah. And look, again, I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm only telling you how I feel about what I watched. It makes you wonder, like, did he know? This is a question. I'm not making the claim. I didn't do a good job preparing these guys. They were too overconfident. They were too complacent. The devil's in the details, and we missed every detail. And this team panicked. I panicked. I mean, hell, that 4th and 2, one of the biggest plays of the game, the blood is squarely on his hands. It goes nowhere else. When you have 12 to 15 seconds to react to something on an NFL sideline and you don't do it, you're in dereliction of duty, period. The 12 men on the field, that was a crippling moment. So I wanted to do that because, as you said, like, it does lead us into which loss was more painful for people.
And it's funny, Mike, because that moment right there, the 12 men on the field, 2 weeks ago, remember how we were making fun of O'Connell and the Vikings and saying we got them to play out of their system.
Yeah.
They were going for it. Commanders got the Lions to play out of their system and stop doing things their way, and they were trying to react instead of just being the Lions.
See,
and that was one of those where, yeah, common sense says just call timeout. But no, because we're going to need that timeout because of later. And you're over there trying to have this conversation instead of just saying, or we just call timeout, we'll have 2 later, and we still got this offense that put up a ton of points. They got the Lions to just outthink themselves.
By the time they got penalized, I had gone from sitting to standing to yelling timeout, to then I looked like Captain Morgan with one foot up on the ottoman going, what the F are you doing? Call timeout. Like, I cannot have that series of movements and you don't call a timeout.
It's good use of Captain Morgan.
I'm like, what are you doing? Yes, I was nervous. I get nervous during games, so I stand up.
No, I got
the Giants, the Lions, whatever. And it could be teams I don't even care about. In big moments, I need to stand up for these things.
Nope, I got you. I'm right there with you.
Dogs look at me like I'm out of my effing mind, but whatever.
I'll pace, yeah.
Yes.
During the timeouts, I got to walk up and down the stairs. I got to do something. I got too much nervous injury. And
you could have done that anytime MSU was on offense. You wouldn't have missed anything.
No, I just walk the stadium. I just go from suite to suite at that point.
Suite to
presidential suite.
What a flex. David, a few ticket texts if you'd be so kind. And again,
Sure.
248-539-9797. The Campbell postgame, did you get out of it what I did? And if the answer is no, there's no crime. We're reading into a man's emotions and reading into his words. It doesn't mean that what we're feeling is there. But I just thought it just jumped off the screen and you go, he knows. Mm-hmm. He knows it's only going to be harder from here. He knows that this wonderful staff that cared so deeply that they passed on jobs, they're all leaving. I'm going to have a hell of a hard time replacing them, and we will never win 15 games again. And we'll probably, and guys, this isn't about you, it's about football. Teams that are the one seed twice in a 5-year span, twice in a 7-year span, minimal once you take away a team like the Chiefs or Patriots with Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get that once in a decade, you've done something right.
Yeah.
You may never get it again. Go ahead, David.
Bingo. That's exactly what it was. He couldn't get them across the finish line and maybe never get this close again, and he knew they were leaving. I believe that.
All right, so at least there's one other human who feels what I feel.
I'm at a 3. I think having the players we do helps, but I am definitely a little bit concerned. My concern level is at a 0. The core of this team is still there. They are not going to forget how to play football.
It's not what it's about. That's okay. You're new at this. You'll catch up. You'll be all right, Sparky. No, it's just you can tell people have no idea what they're talking about.
They don't.
A concern level of 0 doesn't exist.
In all fairness, these are probably the same people who didn't think that the Commanders could ever win this game.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's
right. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, to me, Dan Campbell knew this was not the speech I was supposed to be giving. This is I've let Detroit down. I've let this team down. I've let myself down because we just squandered the best opportunity that Detroit has ever had. Now, it's not to say that you can't ever get it back again, but going 15-2 doesn't grow on trees.
No.
So, yeah, everything was going to go. It was aligned perfectly. You never had to play outside. You were going straight to the Dome in New Orleans. And instead, you're watching your staff get picked apart. Now it looks like a Thanksgiving Day turkey carcass just getting picked apart.
And to your point, someone is
Xavier Legette, never change, buddy. Thank you, Xavier.
To your point, Rico, what you just said, someone's texting this in. Dan Campbell kept referencing the core players of the team would be here next year. That leads me to think he absolutely knew his staff was gone and it would look different next season.
Big time. Staff's going to be gone. I think there's more changes to the personnel than people realize. But we don't need to have those conversations today because that's going to unfold in real time. But we'll get to the people. Obviously, we want to talk about kind of the compare and contrast of levels of pain because Rico got into it with a few callers yesterday. I thought it was an interesting conversation of which loss gutted you more. All right, Detroit, here's the deal. If you're in the Kenny space where you've put a bullet in your hot dog roller and you want to eat your feelings, well, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The $6.99 mix and match. Do whatever you like. The whole menu's available. You pair up entrees, $6.99 each, and you're ready to roll. And look, even if you're not watching football, maybe you can't bring yourself to watch the NFC-AFC title game. I get it. I totally respect it. It's 2 degrees out. Who the hell wants to go to the grocery store? Let Hungry Howie's do it for you. Mix and match, $6.99 each, 8 different flavored crusts. It is limited time only, though. Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. We got a football today, top of the hour. Rico's critical question at 4:15 as we continue to process the Lions season. And now the Vultures are out. Aaron Glenn to the Jets, Ben Johnson to the Bears. Those are official. Terrell Williams, your D-line coach. He's gone, reunited with Mike Vrabel. And it sounds like you have several more assistants that are going to get poached. So your concern level, that's kind of been in the mix as well. Let's go to Riley, 97.1. Riles, what's going on?
So here's where I'm sitting at. I think I'm sitting at a strong 4 out of 5. Because I think the problems go deeper than just losing these coordinators. Because when you look at what is a playoff winning team, what's a team that goes to the Super Bowl in the NFC, I think the eye test is like, where do you match up against a team like Philadelphia? Like, you look at, like, how did we go against the run? Against Green Bay, we didn't do great. Against Robinson Jr. in Washington, we didn't do great. You think we can stop Saquon? I don't think so. We've got a quarterback that can't handle pressure. You think that he's going to deal with guys like Jalen Carter, like that iron wall they got there on the Philadelphia D-line? I don't think so. We're taking a step back by losing these coaches, and I just really don't see, like, us getting far in the playoffs. I think we make the playoffs, but I don't think with the guys we got now, because we're obviously, like, we're not getting better than we were this year. I don't think we have a run anywhere.
I mean, Riley, I agree with some of it, but the way it's going to have to be done, and certainly Brad Holmes deserves the ability to do it, is they've got to rebuild the defense in a different way. Obviously, towards the end of the year, the injuries play a role, but like an Aleem McNeil, this is a problem now. I mean, this is the second catastrophic injury. It's the second time he's missed time, and now you've paid him. And Aleem may not be back to start the year. You know, Aiden's got a Hall of Fame career ahead of him, but he's coming off a broken leg. So I'll be skeptical of 65 snaps a week. They've got to get more high-end talent in that front seven, because I think a lot of their problems on the back end, and look, now all of a sudden, maybe they don't want to play as much man-to-man. With Aaron Glenn gone, maybe they have a different, I can't speak to it, but Riley, they have the ability to retool, to pivot. But I'm with you in that it's going to be hard to do it overnight with entire new captains on each side of the coaching staff. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a major step back next year.
I mean, yeah, I think Dan Campbell knows it. I think you see him on that speech there, like a little teary in the eye. He's talking about where we're at.
It made me wonder.
I just think.
It made me wonder.
I just think that, like, I think he knows. I think he knows that next year the Lions will definitely, like, when you look at the people in the NFC North, you look at our schedule. Do you think you beat Philadelphia on the road? Do you think you beat the Chiefs on the road?
But Riley, I don't like doing stuff like that because, listen, the teams that we think are going to be good now might end up being ass, and vice versa. Like, I don't like that. Like, look, at the start of the year, the teams that had the Commanders on their schedule thought that was a W.
Yeah.
One problem, the Commanders didn't get the memo.
Yeah. Well, think about this. Everybody thought that going out to San Francisco was going to be for the 1 seed.
Right. Yeah,
Instead, it wasn't.
I don't want to assign wins and losses and all that. I think it comes down to talent. I think they've got a lot of issues that they've got to resolve defensively because it's going to look different. And yes, Aiden coming back will help. Well, what version of Aiden? Aleem, what version and when? Because big people who blow out limbs take longer to come back. It's just reality. That D-line needs help. So we have a whole offseason. I'm sure there'll be names. Yeah. You know, I saw today Khalil Mack has made his decision. He is going to play in 25. You know, is that a guy I'd love to have on a rotational basis? With Zadarius Smith as another edge, another weapon to move around. That's the type of stuff you're going to have to do.
Or you just go and draft somebody.
Well, no, that too. Yeah. I want all of it.
And then just Bundale Save.
God, I don't like that commercial. Is it wrong? I think that's the dumbest commercial on TV right now.
I think that it was one of those that I probably would have, after he broke his leg, I probably would have pulled that commercial off because it's like, yeah.
I mean, the pirouette was nice. Kenny, go ahead. You look like you want to say something. What do you got?
I just don't like the wax commercial. That's my least favorite one on right now, where the guy starts melting.
No, Kenny, it's just
statue?
Any commercial
but
with
see,
your girl
you strike
in it.
me as the type of guy, you'd get a refund check and you'd buy a wax statue of yourself. Hey,
I'm not saying I would.
Hey,
I'm
I
just
got
saying.
a drinking buddy. No. I love when it starts melting. I love his heartbreak.
No.
Yeah, anything with your girl still in it, yeah.
Jennifer Coolidge needs to go away for a long while.
All right.
No.
No, you're forcing me to do it now. Where is it on here? Hold on. Sorry.
I was really hopeful that you had lost it there.
No. I have too many damn drops on here. It's a cornucopia of silliness. Let's go to Chase, 97.1. Chase, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Good. So I'm at a 4 out of 5 right now, and it's all going to depend on how everything shakes out with the coordinators. We all knew they were going to be gone, and I think any intelligent fan knew we were going to lose some of the guys under them. But we're going to see where Dan Campbell's friendships in the coaching circle are. And if he's bringing in guys who don't have any coordinator experience, that's going to be one thing. If you don't have any tape, like a Ben Johnson didn't have coordinator experience at the NFL level. So it's going to be hard to judge even then where the team will be. If they bring in a guy that does have experience, that'll give us some more insight. But until we know more, I can't be any lower than a 4 because you're not getting back to 15-2. And Mike, to answer your question, Dan Campbell definitely knew it. I mean, he knew it last year when he gave his speech after the game and said, guys, you don't get here that often. And when you do, you got to take advantage of it because it's hard to get back. Yeah. So for me, this game this year was way more heartbreaking because we were supposed to be in that Super Bowl or at least that NFC Championship game again. Last year, it was nice to get there, but we weren't supposed to be there like we were this year. So that's where I'm at in terms of personnel.
Let me ask you a question. What is your preference, Chase, as you're sitting here and I go, all right, replacing Ben Johnson? Would you prefer someone familiar who's looking for their shot, like a Scotty Montgomery, or do you want an established coordinator from, as you said, friendships around the league? And this is, I would assume it's a very attractive job. What's your preference?
Well, that was going to be one of my other points is I was interested to see how Dan Campbell would handle the hiring with some of those in-house guys. Like knowing Fraley's probably gone, does Brunell get a shot? And if he doesn't get a shot and doesn't get a coordinator shot elsewhere, that tells me a lot about the relationship between him and Dan. My preference, sure, I'd love to have a guy that I knew he ran great offenses at this stop and this stop or this stop. But honestly, I leave it up to Dan Campbell because he knows his guys that are in-house. He knows guys outside, whether it's from the Saints or Dolphin days. I don't have a preference. I just want him to make what he thinks is the best hire.
Yeah, no, and Chase, listen, for me, I think it's interesting is I think I'm more willing, and who the hell am I? I'm just offering an opinion, but I'm more willing to hire within for the OC based on the framework, based on the familiarity. I want a proven defensive coordinator. I would love to.
I'm lockstep with you. When I mentioned Brunell, that's my thought. I feel like if he doesn't get the job, there's something going on there in terms of, but I agree. I think we can hire in-house for offense, but defense, I think you just start from square one. Bring in a guy who knows his defense.
That's where I'm at.
And let him run it.
So Rico disagrees, Chase. Let me hear this.
No. Guys, I think you can't just say, well, we have the offense, because here's the thing. What was the beauty of this offense is that you didn't hear a lot of complaints. You need somebody who can come in and be an adult in the room and get the players to all buy in to say, you know what, St. Brown, you may only have 2 catches this game. You have to block. You have to be okay with this.
But isn't that someone in-house?
No, right, but I'm saying
they know the egos.
But you have to have somebody with a strong enough personality who can manage them instead of thinking, okay, you're a substitute teacher.
So would Scotty Montgomery qualify because he has head coaching experience and OC experience, albeit at the college level?
I'm saying I don't know, but I just don't think that we can just say, oh, well, you can just bring anybody in because of the talent.
No. I'm not saying that.
Because you have to be able to keep – because that was the beauty, because you saw wide receivers and people pouting all year long, and that was one of the strongest points of the Lions. Nobody got upset. Laporta had games where he didn't get anything. Never complained.
248-539-9797. We will get to a football today. We will get to your phone calls, and then we will expand upon basically which loss was more brutal. We'll get to that in the 4 o'clock, 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn has been named the next head coach of the New York Jets. Reports this afternoon say the deal was done yesterday, but Glenn wanted more time to think about the contract. Meantime, former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson had his first press conference as new head coach of the Bears this afternoon. Johnson was asked, "What's your message to the players?" Dan Campbell will not just be replacing both his coordinators. The other assistants appear to be on the way out as well. Defensive line coach Terrell Williams also out the door. He's reuniting with Mike Vrabel as new defensive coordinator of the Patriots. Pistons look to make it back-to-back wins when they continue their 5-game road trip at the Hawks tonight. Tip-off at 7:30, pregame at 7:05 right here on 97.1. And ESPN's Mel Kiper Jr.'s got 4 Wolverines going in the first round of the NFL draft. Mason Graham, Will Johnson, Colston Loveland, and Kenneth Grant. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get a little music, touch table with some football. David said he has a surprise for us. Go ahead, David.
I do have a surprise for you. I didn't. Okay, then. Let's just do this here. Mock draft time.
No.
Mel Kiper has
I
a
am
mock
not
out.
participating in this. The pain is still too real. It's January 22nd.
You should be happy. I'm sure you're trading up to that first pick.
Go to hell. David, go ahead. Let's meander. I can't believe we're doing this.
Yeah, this is going to be fun here. Let's start at number 1, of course. Tennessee Titans take quarterback Cam Ward.
Whatever.
I don't really know what to... Whatever with these quarterbacks.
Well, David, I think it's the safest pick right now. A lot will be learned once we do the combine because this is where they'll do the quarterback shuffle. Some will rise, some will fall, some will have a great pro day, some will just be absolutely garbage. But for now, I think that's the safest pick.
I can't wait until they slander one quarterback randomly saying he can't read or something.
Right.
You know, there's always one prospect that just gets openly slandered.
Oh, yeah. It was C.J. Stroud. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yes, not a team leader.
And you know, you can't take Jaden Daniels. You have to take Caleb Williams, because he's so much better.
At number 2, the Cleveland Browns select wide receiver cornerback out of Colorado, Travis Hunter.
And that sound you hear in the background is Mike Valeni screaming, saying, "The Giants are going to get a quarterback."
I don't even care anymore, but sure. I'll approach it. Forget about my team. Why would the Browns do that? Now, does that mean they get Kirk Cousins for free? Is that the play?
See, and I'm thinking at that point that they're going to go after Cousins, Darnold, somebody like that, a veteran presence that they could just kind of hit the ground running.
Oh, Sam Darnold wouldn't need to wear a helmet. His hair matches the Browns' helmet. It'd be like his very own organic Guardian cap.
Why the man still catch?
I hate him. That's why.
Why?
I want him out of football.
What did he do?
Well, he does that. He will be out of football with no helmet.
Right. What did he do?
He's a loser.
At number 3.
With a stupid face.
The New York Giants at number 3 select quarterback out of Colorado, Shedeur Sanders.
Whatever.
Which I actually think of the two, I like him better. I mean, watching take away who his father is, take away the pain in the ass his father will be. I thought he was the better quarterback because I said if you ever gave him an offensive line, he could do special things.
Yeah, the reality, I think Cam's got a higher upside but a lower floor. I think Shedeur's more ready to play. He's tough as nails. Now, for me, if you're asking me who's the best football player at 3, it's Mason Graham. I would take Mason Graham. Here'd be my front 4. Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, Mason Graham, Brian Burns. I think Mason Graham is a game wrecker. I think he's a destroyer. That's who I would do. That's what I would take. But we're hopeless. It doesn't matter.
Am I allowed to speak upon this without
do whatever you
getting
want.
angry?
We're terrible.
Mike, I think if this draft happened this way and you passed on Shedeur,
It'd be a problem.
You would be just as angry about not having Jaden Daniels, because I think with Shedeur, I think that Shedeur is going to be a quarterback that's going to be around for a long time. And it's not to say anything bad about Graham, but now you have your guy. Imagine for the next
problem
5 years of not having to worry who the quarterback's going to be.
There are some teams who already, it's coming out, do not have a first-round grade on Shedeur. So, look, this is why I hate this man, you, right there, for doing a mock draft on January 22nd. Because this could all change in 2 weeks.
Right, but some of the teams...
It changed next week.
All right, not everybody has a first-round grade, but then you look at, well, did my son like him in Madden, and did he add him? Not every team is smart.
Yeah, mine's one of them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you got an opportunity, man, don't overthink it. Take Shedeur, especially in the 2-minute drill. That kid is money.
Well, it's just overthinking it because the next two selections at 4 and 5, Patriots, Abdul Carter, Jacksonville Jaguars, Mason Graham.
See, those right
two
there
being passed on for a quarterback.
Those are the top 2 players in the draft in my world.
Yes, I agree.
And Abdul Carter, I love him, but let's face it, the Giants already paid Brian Burns, and Thibodeau went healthy.
So get interior.
He had 12 sacks last year. So, I think those two guys are awesome.
They are awesome, Mike, but eventually you got to get a quarterback. You can't win without a quarterback. You got to have a QB.
Okay, we're not going to win regardless. So it's just my point is it's a multi-year rebuild. It doesn't even matter. I told you if I got the number 1 pick, I'd trade down. It doesn't matter. Just move on to teams that have a chance at life.
Well,
please.
Let me give you so I gave you Mason Graham at 5. So there are 4 Michigan athletes in the draft here in the first round. You got Mason Graham at 5. Will Johnson going 9 to the Saints.
My question is just, look, he opted out. I don't want to hear about the injury. Is he that good? I mean, he's a first round pick. Is he a top 10 pick in your mind?
I don't
know.
So.
I think he is.
Okay, good. Oh, there you go. Congratulations, Saints. Next.
At 22, Colston Loveland goes to the Chargers. Of course he does.
Oh, with Harbaugh?
Yeah, of course
And
he
they
does.
trade for DK Metcalf?
Yep.
Now you're cooking. Loveland with Harbaugh and Herbert?
Now,
oh, baby.
Now, is the Penn State tight end gone already?
He goes at 14.
Okay, so that's why. Okay.
Yes, he goes at 14
I
to the
like
Colts.
Loveland, but
who goes to the Niners? Let's get it out of the way for selfish over here.
Let me guess.
Better be an offensive lineman.
Banks.
It is Kelvin Banks.
Big man from Texas?
Yeah.
Good. Niners need it.
Yep.
Oh, we suck, and it doesn't matter, and the things and stuff, and Nah, I'm just being you right now.
What do you?
No, because
what is
I said,
going on here?
No, because I said Shedeur Sanders. It doesn't matter because we don't know.
No, because my team's in a multi-year rebuild. You're going to go for a Super Bowl next year. You need a lineman. It's a great pick.
Well, I mean, if some reason, like Abdul Carter or somebody slides down,
oh my God,
then you take that. But yes, if not, because I think either O linemen are going to be at the top or the defensive lineman. But whatever it is, you're going to get the pick of the second tier. You get the first spot. So yes,
and listen,
if you can get Banks.
Here's the other thing:
he's going to replace Trent Williams.
If you're telling me a guy like Milroe ends up with a 2nd round grade, I'd rather take Mason Graham up high and take Milroe in the 2nd round.
Really? Okay.
Because I just look. We need everything. David, keep rolling.
I just want to mention this one because this is somebody you've connected to this team. At 20, the Denver Broncos take Ashton Genty. So
at least I'm not nuts. No, I just think that would be the difference maker in the backfield that would really help Bo Nix. But he won't last that long.
No, but you know who his main competition will be? The Broncos are hoping he'll be there because I think they have the 12th pick of the draft.
Oh, Cowboys?
Cowboys. That says Dallas Cowboys all day, every day.
Let me give you what they take, though, because clearly in this mock, they're passing on Genty. They take Luther Burton III, wide receiver, Missouri. Do they need to take that?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
Think fast. Name a non-CD Lamb receiver.
Yeah, well, thinking fast, no. Yeah.
But, I mean, but Jerry and, I could get a running back and,
Yeah. Let me give you who the Lions take here at number 28 in this mock. And again, it is January 22nd.
Defensive lineman?
No. Well, sort of. An edge rusher. They take James Pierce Jr. They list him as a linebacker out of Tennessee, but he's going to rush the quarterback.
I will be shocked if he's there. He will
Same.
shine at the combine. He's got splash plays. He's the fastest edge outside of Abdul Carter. I still think by the time this is done, this cat's in the top 12. No?
No, I was about to say what Mike just said, because that's the guy that it's either Banks or him going to the Niners. So, yes, right now, he'll be there for Detroit. Don't bank on
Real
that.
quick. Steelers. I got to hear this.
Quarterback.
They take a wide receiver. They take Emeka Ibuka from Ohio State.
I like him.
I know we're going to give Rico the T-shirt jersey.
No, I like that means he's going to go crazy.
That means another Ohio State player I would have to root for. my
No, that
Pittsburgh
means another
Steelers.
wide receiver goes to Pittsburgh and loses his mind.
Someone did say, I saw somebody joke on social media saying, if you're a wide receiver and get selected by the Steelers, you got to be thinking, wow, I'm crazy?
Like, really, like, can I retake my Wonderlicks? Because I'm not that bad. Trust me.
Jesus.
I mean, all of this is going to change.
Yes.
When the draft finally gets here in April. That is your mock draft.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, well, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and start the new year off right with great deals on the inventory of the new 2025 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and they are ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer 2LT for just $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down and drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hi. If your furnace ain't running right in this cold, you're probably screwed. So let's get that fixed, like now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they will take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the Winter Bundle Up discount and go to mastercraftheating.com. Oh, and Kenny, don't think I haven't seen who's projected to start for Montreal. Your guy, Lord Mountbatten. He's back.
On Timbo?
That's right.
He's back.
He's back, baby. All right, let's get to the people. It's very simple. Your concern level that you're replacing 2 coordinators plus. Multiple staffers are out the door, including your D-line coach. Sounds like your linebacker coach, Kelvin Shepard, is going with Aaron Glenn. That's a report, not by me. And obviously, between Brunell and Fraley, seems like you're losing one of them. But Rico has a question to ask as well, which is, which loss hurt more? Rico, go. Be curious.
Well, last year, Lions were 30 minutes away from headed to a Super Bowl. And I know a lot of people said that loss hurt more than this past Saturday's loss. I disagree with that because I think this past Saturday's loss was worse. Why? Because Dan Campbell, at the end of the San Francisco game, came out there, challenged his guys, said, hey, it's no guarantee we get back here. And then they went in the offseason and they based everything off of that game. We got to get better. We have to be the best team. We want to play this game in Detroit for the next year. And for the first 18 weeks of the season, they accomplished that, going 15-2, destroying teams, having their own revenge tour and embarrassing the opponents, throwing all types of trick plays to the big offensive linemen. J-Mo, everything happening was built for this year. I think that the loss this Saturday is worse than last year's game because this year, everything was built for you. You were going to play every home game here in Detroit. You had the best record in the league. You had the best team in the league. You were the perennial favorite by Las Vegas to win this whole thing, and you failed. Last year, it hurt. You were close, but you weren't the favorite. Now, you had an opportunity, but then you came back and you retooled this team, and you did a good job with it, only to lose to a rookie quarterback at the crib. I think that loss hurts more because you had expectations this year. You didn't have Super Bowl expectations. All of a sudden, we started dreaming about Super Bowl expectations as the year progressed and the playoffs progressed. We came out the gate. Mike, you were in Vegas and declared this team will, and it's not a receipt, Mike. It's not. It's not. But you weren't the only one. This team will win the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell, Super Bowl or bust. It was all about the Super Bowl. So when you lost Saturday, to me, that was worse than losing last year in San Francisco. 248-539-9797.
Kenny, you're the Lions guy. I mean, I have a different answer just because to me, you might never be up 3 scores in an NFC title game again, but they're both horrible. So let's not act like either of these is a winner.
This is not a fun topic,
This is
Rico,
the worst
and I
kind of
resent
Sophie's
you for,
choice.
I resent you for bringing this up to begin with.
Thank you.
For me, it's the NFC title game, and it's not particularly close, primarily because, like Mike said, when you're up 3 scores in the NFC title, you're a half away from going to the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, but that's a giant dagger in the spine. At least it is for me. I'm not sure if Lions fans will agree, but being that close and watching it slip through your fingers like sand, it's devastating.
The other thing, too, is how it unfolded. Like, for me, it always hurts more if you had control of a game and you lost it versus when did the Lions exactly have control in this matchup Saturday? They didn't.
They did.
What, 7-3 with the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they fumbled it away.
Right, but they had control and then they lost it and never got it back.
17 points at half, 7-3 in the first quarter. Come on, that's not equal.
First quarter at home, the crowd is ready to erupt and explode, and they're already on to the NFC Championship game. It was built for this year.
All right, David, what do the ticket techs have? We'll get to the people in a second, but look, they're both terrible. And this is where we want to just be done with it, meaning you've had time to process. I didn't want to ask you this question Monday or Tuesday. You've had time to process which of these losses hurt more. This is the first time all show we've had a couple open lines. Just which one? And look, Rico may win the argument, or maybe he's just dead on with it. What happened Saturday, but I just don't know that you. First of all, You may never make the NFC title game again, much less be up 3 scores. And then to have it happen the way it happened, where Josh Reynolds, who was so reliable all year, drops 2 passes. You get a Jahmyr Gibbs bad exchange. You had the Vildor moment. I feel bad for the guy because he gets vilified. Like, Jesus, bounced right off his head. I don't know. For me, it would always be that, but neither of these is a good time. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead, buddy.
Losing this year was worse. Last year, the Lions were not expected to make it that far. This year, win the division, Super Bowl favorites, and lose in the first round is what makes it the worst. This year was worse. Last year's loss hurts more. They had a 3-score lead 30 minutes from the Super Bowl. They were likely losing this week to the Eagles due to injuries. Someone else says...
See, I don't know about that because Jalen Hurts not 100%. You probably could have got a nice pass to the Super Bowl if you played the Eagles this week.
Last year's loss was worse, and it hurts worse. This year, with all the injuries, was more disappointing, but last year hurt. Someone else says last year was way more of a slap in the face than this year because I didn't think we could get it done this year with all the injuries. Jeremy from Holly. Another one, this loss definitely hurt more than last year's. Last year was more about can they win a playoff game, and they ended up going all the way to the championship game, so that expectation was not there.
Yeah, you caught a break because Dallas lost, so you got an extra home game. And this year was Super Bowl or bust, and you just fell right out the gate. Right, man,
I was really hoping you gave us a drop right there. Damn. He chose his words way more wisely than I was expecting, David. Let's go to DJ 97.1. DJ, what's going on? DJ?
Right now?
I'm just going to go ahead and put him on hold because I don't know what's happening over there. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, first of all, I agree with them about how this is the worst one this year. And because of that, before I tell you this, can you remember when these guys was coming out of the locker room when the game started? The look on their faces was not a rah, rah, rah. I mean, it was something about them. I don't know if it was coaches leaving, and it dawned on me at that point that, man, I hope this game is good because they didn't have nothing going out on that field. And if you were to go back and look at it, you could see that. Now, as far as them, all the coaches leaving, wouldn't it be good for them to say, we're going to go out and I'm going to show that I am the best coach to pick up and run this team good. It's as though they went out there, everybody was taking interviews instead of doing that job, preparing that team. They didn't even look right when they celebrated.
Listen, if you're gonna blame anybody, you blame Dan Campbell. And I know that's not a popular thing in this town, but the idea that a guy can't do a 1-hour Zoom meeting in a 2-week period and maintain focus on the job at hand, that's just insulting, right? Like, come on, we got to stop with this. I know it's the easiest pathway. Hey, they were interviewing, therefore they tanked the game. It's just not true.
Okay, I'll leave that alone. Okay, but it's just the way it seems. Okay, but as far as somebody being the new coordinators, they should be glad to get to the Lions because, as someone expressed earlier, look at who your offense is, your offensive line, if you get most of your defensive players back as well. So I'm not worried about Glenn and all of them leaving because that's how it goes when you're successful. But I hoped that they get a good coach, and they should get one who really wants to take this team to that next level, and I think they can.
Oh, yeah, and they need several of them, Greg. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not just losing Ben Johnson. It's not just losing Aaron Glenn. You may lose as many as 6 coaches. I mean, that is just not something that is sustainable. Like, we started the show, and I said it. Like, are there 32 good offensive coordinators in football? No. Are there 32 good defensive coordinators? No.
No, they're like quarterbacks.
Right. So now you got to find one. And you got incredibly lucky finding Ben Johnson. Remember, Ben Johnson had time to learn. You weren't a Super Bowl team 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I wish I had more confidence you would just nail every hire.
Heck, by the time he got the job, we all thought that they were all about to get fired. So he just turned everything around.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. Which loss just crushes you more now that you've had time to process it. Dead of winter, taste of summer. I mean, who the hell's going outside right now? Nobody. Old Nation has a very limited release, just something they do every winter. Just a limited drop of one of their favorite summer beers, Tangerine B43. So while it's -7 outside, you can be by the fireplace with something warm. You can enjoy Old Nation. And yes, their full lineup of winter beers still plays wherever great beers are sold. The best ingredients, carefully brewed, award-winning, and they are truly one of the last independent breweries. Not ones that say they are, and yet they have Portuguese overlords. No, real independent, and they're right in our backyard. 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. Straight to the people. Get a football today in the mix. You missed anything? Odyssey.com rewind. And if you want the video, Evan and John do an incredible job. The YouTube channel, Valenti Show with Rico. It is separate from the ticket. If you'd be kind enough to subscribe, we would appreciate it. It does help us. Let's go to our man Dre in Southfield. Dre, good to talk to you again. What's on your mind?
What's up, guys? Rico, I think that you are oversimplifying the difference between last year and this year.
Okay.
Contextually speaking, okay, yes, they had the number one seed. The path to the Super Bowl came through Detroit. But you guys even said, I thought so. If you have any kind of clue what it takes to win a Super Bowl and what happens, typically you have to be playing really good football. You have to be healthy. You gotta get lucky a little bit too. And it was kind of weird because even though the Lions, after the Bills game, even after the Aiden injury, were still going along that path to get the number one seed and therefore be a favorite to win a Super Bowl, they were having incredible misfortune with the injury luck on one particular side of the football. So it was like that path was there, but it kept shrinking and shrinking and shrinking to the point where we were like, by week 18, we were like, we're going to have to thread a needle, man, in the way they have to play to get this thing done.
Right. Well, hold on, Dre. I'm going to let you finish. But here's the thing. You lost this game not because of the defense. Defense did what it was going to do, and it gave up points. But you knew that. Your offense turned the ball over 5 times. That was the strength of the team. That's what this team was built on this year.
Yeah, no, 100%. But that actually plays into my point in terms of the formula, is that I thought that this could happen. I didn't expect to lose to the Commanders, but I didn't go into the game thinking that, guys, I had nerves and anxiety all week leading up to the game because I'm like, man, look, and I said, you guys will remember, I called a couple weeks ago and I said, look, Goff hasn't had a stinker in a while, but typically he's due for 2 or 3. Even when he's playing really good. And I'm like, unfortunately, he's been playing so well, we can't have that stinker at the worst possible time in the playoffs. And it happened. So I wasn't shocked that he didn't have a good game. And because the way the defense was struggling with injuries, I knew that we were threading the needle. But let me go back to last year, why that one hurt more, is that it was the complete opposite. They have won 2 playoff games up to that point. Goff was playing well, and the team was incredibly healthy. And that's why I knew the injury bug was going to bite us this year. I don't think we were missing any starters going to that game. And then when it started, at that point in time, at halftime, I remember thinking, we're going to win this whole thing. I wasn't talking about just the title game. I'm like, oh, and Mike, you even said it. Like, that Monday, he was like, I think if you guys had made a Super Bowl, you would have wrote the Chiefs. Like, we were playing that well in the first half of that title game. Everything was coming together, and they were hot, and they were healthy. The whole formula was there, regardless of how the season started and the expectations. You're right. Those are totally different. But the contextual in real time where the team was, yes, positioning-wise, they were in a much better situation. But on the field, in the formula to win, it was going to be really tough. So I'm not getting them off the hook. I'm still pissed because I know how hard it is to have an opportunity to win the whole thing.
It's all subjective, right? Like, there's no right and wrong. Like, that's where I think it's not a fun topic. That'd be a bad choice of words. It's just an interesting way. And like, Dre, the way I view it is, and I just apply it to my own teams, what the Lions did Saturday is the 3-14 of playoffs. Meaning, I'd rather just drive the car into a ditch than endure what last year was, which is 2 playoff wins and up 17. I'm 30 minutes from the Super Bowl versus they didn't even get out of the starting gate.
And they were playing so well, Mike. It's like they gave you hope. Like, after the game started versus Commanders, I think a lot of Lions think, okay, I know we had the homers out there. I'm talking about anybody who's watched the game that can pick up on signs pretty quickly. After the first quarter, I'm like,
you're in some trouble.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good about this. Yeah. The NFC title game, you had hopes for everything because of the way it started. Maybe not going in, there was house money, but the way it started, I'm like, dude, we are. Because y'all remember, the Niners were viewed as probably the favorite. I got to go back and look at that time to win the whole freaking thing. And we were black. Even though they got off to a slow start versus the Packers the previous week, we were dominating them.
Yeah.
And we look like the best team.
That's how I feel. And look, again, Dre, appreciate it. It's all subjective, and it depends on your mindset. Now, look, I'm a believer. Once you win 2 playoff games, you're in the NFC title game. You have every right to believe we're making the Super Bowl. Like Commander fans, why can't they believe they're making a Super Bowl?
Right.
So I just think it's kind of the same thing.
But here's the thing. Using the Commanders, let's say the same thing happens and they lose a 17-point lead.
Oh.
And then next year, they come out and they build this thing saying, hey, we were that close. We're going to make sure we're there. And they got the number 1 offense. And they are just destroying teams. That's what you were this year.
All right. So
you were him.
This
you were
is the
that
type of fan
team.
I am, though. Like, I would have rather the Yankees didn't make the playoffs than lose in the World Series. I don't need that kind of stress in my life. I'd rather just not make it.
I mean, there was a point in this year where I'm sitting there looking at the stats saying, hey, you're comparable to the greatest show on turf, the way your offense was going. It was almost historic, and then you just fell on your face. And it wasn't the defense. So for everybody saying, well, look at all the injuries, your defense did exactly what they were supposed to. They gave up points, okay? The pick six was not on them. Your offense turned the ball over 5 times. If they turn the ball over 2 times and score on the other 3, you still win this game.
Adam, 97.1. What's up, Adam?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you guys doing?
Good, Adam. What's up, buddy?
So I'm from California, and I'm a diehard Lions fan since 1990. Last year's loss was way worse. Way worse. It took me about a solid 2 days just to get back into being in good spirits. Saturday's game, unfortunate. I came into the game thinking if we win that, we'll get smoked by Philly next week. I thought for sure Philly would beat the Rams. Our defense has been a patchwork since week 15, and it's just been we've been playing good, but it finally caught up to us. So I can't even watch the highlights of that Niners-Lions championship game. That just makes me want to throw up.
I equate it in my own life. I don't speak for Rico, but it's like when State lost the 2011 Big Ten title game in the most painful way possible. I still have never gone back and watched that game. I'd rather MSU just have a year like they had this year than ever do what they did in 2011. It's too painful because you were 30 minutes away. You were 15 minutes away from the dream, and then it was Mr. Dangerous on a 4th and 7 to a 4-foot-tall receiver. Adam, I'm a fan like you, but that doesn't mean it's right. It's different. Rico's point is you went 15-2. You did it. And
you had home field throughout.
It's like making the Kentucky Derby and you didn't leave the starting gate. You were standing there eating popcorn. That's brutal.
Right. And I mean, in terms of the coaches we still have left, not to change subjects, you heard Ragnow come out and say that he's going to do everything impossible to keep Farley there. So that's the one guy, in my opinion, we have to retain.
Yeah, and maybe Fraley becomes
that offensive line. And
Fraley's interviewing for OC jobs. Do you tap him to be the OC? I don't know. And you know what, Adam? You got to hang on to somebody, right? They're already down 3 guys today, and it's likely you're going to lose a 4th. You go any deeper than that, you're talking about retooling for the better part of an entire staff. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Campbell can motivate, but he can't coach an entire team with brand new coaches and expect the same results.
No, not when you're losing guys that are getting head coaching jobs. And look, not when you're like, for instance, your D-line coach. I mean, that guy's now a defensive coordinator. Your defensive coordinator's now a head coach. Your OC's a head coach. Your O-line coach is getting interviews to be a head coach. Your linebacker coach might be getting a job as a DC. Kelvin Shepard, according to Jordan Schultz, might be Aaron Glenn's selection. That's an elite staff. It'll take probably a year or 2 to get it back to that. But I don't know. You know what? Disco, whatever it's called. 248-539.
Double-digit disco.
All right. Moran Chevrolet, number 1 Chevy dealer in the entire state for 24. And it's simple. GM employees and immediate family members, you can lease a 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month, or a 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both 24 months, both $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. You can score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn has received his promotion. He's now head coach of the New York Jets. Reports this afternoon say that deal was done yesterday, but Glenn wanted a little time to think about the contract. Meantime, former offensive coordinator Ben Johnson had his first press conference as Bears head coach this afternoon. And here at home, Dan Campbell now staring down the job of replacing both coordinators and some assistants. Pistons look to make it back-to-back wins when they visit the Hawks in Atlanta tonight. Of the Pistons' 22 wins this season, 12 on the road. Head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, why is that? If the Pistons beat the Hawks tonight, they'll leapfrog them from 7th to 6th place in the Eastern Conference. Tip-off 7:30, pregame at 7:05 right here on 97.1. And 5 Tigers have made Baseball America's top 100 prospects list, led by Jackson Jobe at number 3 and Max Clark at 22. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, nice to have you with us. Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. And there's a number of things you can jump in on, right? A, we did start the day with the Aaron Glenn news. He is the head coach of the Jets now. That completes the double dip. You lost both coordinators. Terrell Williams, your D-line coach, has gone to the Patriots. He's their DC now for Vrabel. And the following names are in consideration in places that are not Detroit. I don't think you lose everyone. But whether it's Kelvin Shepard, your linebacker coach, who Aaron Glenn himself has said, I'm training him to be a DC, said that a month ago. He might be Aaron Glenn's DC with the Jets. Hank Fraley has had a second interview in Seattle to be their OC, and then Mark Brunell. So the question was, how concerned are you about filling all of these spots while trying to maintain a Super Bowl profile? We also talked a little bit about Dan Campbell, the emotional postgame. And I read certain things into it, which has no bearing on whether I'm right or wrong. It was what I felt, that Dan Campbell Saturday night knew. He knew it was the last time it would be this way, where this group would be together. And make no mistake, guys, this is a very special group. It's a special staff, a special group of players. And this is the last time it was going to be that way. And I think he knew he didn't do a good job, quite frankly, with it. So we've asked the question, did you walk away watching that feeling the same? And then Rico brought this up in the 4 o'clock, is now that the dust has settled, you've had, the better part of 3-4 days to process, which loss bothers you more? Last year in San Francisco in the NFC title game, up 17, or 15-2, Dream State, some of you in sequin disco shirts, and getting dusted at home. Basically, what was the point of 15and2.com? So all of that is available for you. So you can go whatever direction you want, those 3 topics, and people have been flooding the phone lines. Because, look, this is going to be months of unpacking this. 248-539-9797. Did I miss anything we covered today?
No, you got it.
Outside of you yelling at me about Shadur Sanders?
No.
Okay.
Death Valley covered in snow.
It looks AI generated.
It really does.
That, one of my wife's best friends lives in New Orleans. Similar photo today. And you're like, wait, that looks fake. Mm-hmm. So Rico showed me an aerial shot, David, of Tiger Stadium in Death Valley, and it's covered in snow. You're like, that's not real. Not possible.
I was trying to find the tiger, see if Tiger was.
He is in an enclosure.
May not be right now. They might have moved.
They
him.
attached a plow to him. He's just walking around campus. 248-539-9797.
It could be a Siberian tiger. I don't know.
Do those are white, right? Aren't those the super rare ones?
Yeah.
What am I, Jack Hanna? What the hell's going on here? All right. We didn't miss anything. We're good to go to the phones?
We're good.
All right. Let's go to
Go ahead,
David.
Jack.
97.1. David, what's going on?
Gentlemen, happy Wednesday. Nice job on the show sheet today. I haven't been able to turn on this station since I entered Ford Field on Saturday night.
Respect.
So Saturday was more painful of the two because I quit this team emotionally when Sue stomped on Rodgers on Thanksgiving in 2011. I said I wouldn't come back to this team until they won multiple playoff games, which was last year. So coming back this year, a year and 2 weeks ago, my buddy who's got season tickets says, which game do you want to go to? I'm like, I want to go to the Vikings game. Good choice. Then we follow through with the game on Saturday, and this is what happens when you have emotional attachments to outcomes, right? It's painful. So to the question on the coordinators, the one angle I haven't heard you guys cover yet today is when we're talking draft, there's this Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, voodoo mashup thing to get awesome players. Can that be applied to coaches?
It's tough. I mean, scouting is one thing, but the problem is look at every year how many coordinators and position coaches get whacked, just get gone after 1 year. Or you hire a guy and you're like, oh, it's going to be a good hire, and it doesn't happen. I can't make a correlation there because here's the problem. David, they built arguably the best staff in football. Would you agree with that?
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
That's my one issue.
I wonder if the magic can be recreated in another part of the office.
I think it can eventually get there. I think it's very hard to do in one foul swoop. Now, look, if Fraley sticks around, makes me feel a little bit better. If Kelvin Shepard sticks around, a little bit better. But these coordinators are your keynote hires, David. So it's just so difficult to find a good coordinator. Remember, you only found Ben Johnson once Dan Campbell fired a coordinator.
Right.
So it's just, that's the problem. Can it happen? Yes. My faith in it, less than a 50% shot. Is that fair?
Fair. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you got it. And David, believe me, I totally understand not turning on the station or not wanting to watch football. Newsflash, if I were a Lions fan, I wouldn't watch the NFC title game. It would bother me too much. I would do something else with my day. My team ain't in it. I don't care.
Yep, you're right. Tune in at 6:30 for the AFC. I would.
I wouldn't watch that either.
I'd watch that one. That's not as painful.
Can't take any more of Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Can't do it.
What is it with no.
She is controlling this league. We know it. She is actually the commissioner. There is some type of deal that has been made.
She is just supporting her boyfriend. That's it.
And she presses a button. And when she presses the button, the ref calls a penalty. I'm convinced.
Technically, wouldn't that be Brittany Mahomes?
No.
So you're saying it's like that old B-Dubs commercial where the bartender behind the bar would hit the button and then the ref would trip somebody?
100%. The Chiefs are getting calls that are, it is either these refs owe the mob money or Tay-Tay's calling the shots.
Okay.
Something's up.
AI, rock, paper, scissors, Taylor Swift, B-Dubs. This has been quite a day today.
There will be a 30 for 30. Let's go to Miles, 97.1. Miles, what's going on?
What's up? What's up, fellas? How are you?
Okay.
For me, NFC Championship game, way worse. Why? The whole team was healthy. You're at full strength. You won 2 playoff games, like you guys have said, and you're up 17 at halftime. You have 30 minutes of football, and the Lions are 30 minutes away from being in the first Super Bowl ever. I just think that's hands and shoulders above what happened last Saturday. We were battered and beat all season when it comes to injuries. Granted, yes, the team was built up. The offense was the best in the NFL. But when looking into the playoffs, you look at the defense, you see how many injuries we've had, the practice players that we've signed off waivers, off the street basically, and we're not going to go out and beat Josh Allen. We didn't beat him earlier in the season at home. We're not going to go beat Mahomes in the championship, in the Super Bowl if we get there. let alone probably not going to beat Jalen Hurts in the next week. So for me, I look at the NFC Championship game as much worse. We had a clear path to the Super Bowl with 30 minutes away. Now with past Saturday, for me, I didn't see a path forward for us making the Super Bowl, let alone us winning it. So that's my thoughts there.
Yeah, I'm not going to make fun of you, Miles. I mean, I think when the injuries mounted, it was survive in advance. We talked about it. I said, look, there's going to be a game here. You're going to have to win like 38-35. There's going to be a game. You're not going to produce a stop. The problem is you didn't even give yourself a chance with 5 turnovers. You just didn't give yourself a real chance. I think that's,
right. But see, the thing is, Miles, all season long, you defied logic. You were NFL proof. You were any given Sunday proof, where the Lions just kept finding ways to win games. And you had home field advantage.
Ridiculous.
You had this prolific offense. Yeah, I still like Saturday to me was a bigger disappointment because everything was in front of you. You started last year after losing that game and built everything for that moment on Saturday. After a year's preparation, you fell flat on your face.
I agree. I think for me that Saturday it's definitely more shocking because you go into it, you win 15 games, you have the 1 seed, home field advantage, Ford Field, crazy atmosphere, and then in the first 3 possessions you got Montgomery starting, and it's just a week 3 plays and you're out, and then Amik Robertson breaks his arm the next play on defense, and it's like the air is let out of the stadium. You don't feel like there's much chance of you winning, and then now you have to deal with the fallout of you've lost your 2 coordinators, which have arguably been the backbone, along with Dan Campbell, to the organization flipping around. And like you've said, you lose 2, 3, 4, if not more, assistants, and you have to rebuild the coaching pool at this point.
And
that's where I say it's more shocking, but I think it hurts more.
Well, look, and that's the thing. It's just, for me, it's a compliment. Like, people take it as negativity. It's not. It's me. When you have a staff where people want your coordinators as head coaches, that means they're exceptional. And both your coordinators had their choice of jobs. That is damn near unheard of. Now, a lot of times coordinator will get a gig, but he's only got a shot at one job. Aaron Glenn had his choice of jobs. Ben Johnson could have taken any job he wanted. Those guys are exceptional. Then you layer in losing some people underneath them, and that's where I go, I just don't think you're going to replace those exceptional people seamlessly. Yeah. That's not negativity. It's a compliment that, like, nobody's got a staff like that. Think about it. I mean, as you're sitting here right now, like, all right, let's say the Commanders got aced out, right? Kingsbury does not have his choice of jobs. He needs to do it again next year. Yeah. He's got to repair his reputation. Go with the Eagles. Who's running down their coordinators? You just look around and you go, okay, like, that shows you everybody wanted your people. So, look, if they manage. Oh, by the way, David wanted me to make note of this. Huge station news. Unbelievable station news. 9 o'clock. Set your alarms. Drop what you're doing. Dave, is this what you wanted? Brad Holmes' press conference will be live on the ticket.
Tomorrow morning, right? Tomorrow morning, not tonight.
Correct.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning during the cookie hour. I mean, drop what you're doing. Brad Holmes. 9 o'clock. David wanted big-time promotion now. Want to make sure I gave you big-time promotion.
Brad Home receipts?
Can't confirm or deny. How's that, David?
Thank you so much.
You got it, buddy.
Appreciate you.
You got it. Tune in. Don't miss it. All right. So listen, winter driving season. Reckless drivers are everywhere. If you are injured in an auto accident, there is only one injury attorney you need to call. It's David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and talk to David by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people. Phil has been very patient. He is up next on the ticket. Phil, how you doing, brother? What's going on?
Doing great, guys. I listen in the morning. I listen in the afternoon when I come home from work. I appreciate you guys. I love your perspective on things. But what I don't understand is any true Lions fan like me, 54 years, I lived through the Redskin debacle in 91, the big letdown in 95. I was at the Eagle playoff game when Rodney Peete threw the Hail Mary before halftime. I went to the Vikings game with my son, the last game of the year. Big difference. Last year's game in the NFC Championship, major letdown simply because we were 30 minutes away. We were dominating. We played against the clock in the second half, and that's why they lost that game. This year, everybody talked about our coach, Dan Campbell, after he beat the Vikings 15-2. We should have won the Tampa Bay game. They won 13 games this past season with a depleted defense. We had backups in for backups. A couple weeks ago, some guy was playing linebacker number 51. I'm like, who the hell is that guy? Like, do you know of who's 51? He was with them for like a week or two, but
Is that Nowoski? Is that what he is? And then they had number 40 in the game. I'm going, who the hell's this guy? It's like Miles Allen. I'm like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. I mean, we were winning games, but we let the Bears come back. There were multiple games where they were just piecing it together on D and getting by. And any real football fan will tell you the Buffalo Bills loss and the Washington loss, very much the same. Same offenses, same type of quarterback. The Lions did not have the athletes to play the schemes. They didn't have the depth. The backups to the backups, we couldn't stop Washington. How many touchdowns did we give up? 7 or 6? I mean, would they kick one field goal? It was all touchdowns. When you combine the lack of depth and all the injuries with the turnovers, there was no way we could have won that game. That's basically what it came down to. I was hopeful. I live outside of Philadelphia. I'm from Michigan, but I live out this way. Man, I was ready for Phil versus Philadelphia this week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, big letdown, but not like last year. Last year was different because that marinated. Now, I'm going to move over to losing our OC in DC. Guys, I'm not worried about it. Campbell and Brad Holmes have been cooking for 4 years now. They've made all the right hires. There are a lot of guys out there waiting for the opportunity to jump into those roles because we've already got the staff. They know how to draft. All the key pieces are there. What are we, the 4th youngest team in the NFL? Super young team. Dude, we get to pick who we want. You don't think Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes weren't thinking about this 2 months ago? They knew they were going to lose both up coordinators.
Oh, that I agree that you have a short list. And Phil, ideas on paper look great. It's not seamless. So can they do it? Sure. But Phil, the problem is, let's say you stay internal on one side of the ball. Let's say it's the offense.
Yeah.
Whether it's your passing game coordinator, whether it's Scotty Montgomery, the idea is they will be taking over for the singular best OC in the sport. For me to ask them to live up to that from day one, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's realistic.
Yeah, so what I will tell you is players win games, not coaches. Coaches make decisions that impact games, but if you don't have players, you don't win. The Lions have a foundation because they have drafted the best over the past 4 years. Kind of reminds me of the 49er dynasty in the 80s. The 49ers had the players. They didn't lose all their coaches. Those guys were leaving all the time.
All right, but hold on. Time out. You know what? I'm going to let Rico do this because that's his team.
No. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying it is a terrible comp to a sport that didn't have free agency, that didn't have a cap, that had Joe effing Montana, that had a revolutionary offense by Bill Walsh that no one had ever seen before, the man who created the blindside tackle, making the left tackle the preeminent spot in the sport. Phil, you had me for a while, but no, you can't. And by the way, they won Super Bowls, plural.
Yeah.
You're yet to get to one.
And that's why I think that this year was more devastating because it was all set up. For everybody saying, well, I didn't think they were going to win, I'm calling Bula Bula on that because no, you didn't think that they were going to lose this game. Everybody thought they were going to win this game. Las Vegas thought they were going to win this game. So everybody, well, we didn't have a good defense. We weren't going to win this game. Seriously, where were you all last week? Because we didn't get those phone calls. So I'm finding that very difficult to swallow right now.
I think the other thing, Phil, if I could just say this, is I think you have to recalibrate how you design your defense. Because next year, here's probably what it plays out like. Tell me what all of these quarterbacks have in common. And whether it is a Kyler Murray, whether it is a Jalen Hurts, whether it is a Caleb Williams, whether it is a Jalen Daniels, what we saw in the AFC, the pendulum is swinging back this way a little bit, where the mobile unicorn quarterback, there's 4 or 5 of these guys in the NFC now. And that clearly is your Achilles heel. Clearly.
Yeah.
Twice this season we saw it, in fact. So I just... asking a new defensive coordinator and a new D-line coach and a new linebacker coach, and I think you're going to have to retool how you play because the mobile QBs still rip you up.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
No, that is fair. I think a healthy Jordan Love can be problematic. Caleb with Ben Johnson. Yeah, you're right. Jaden Daniels.
You're just starting to see it turn a little bit. And
then you also got JJ. With Minnesota now. We've forgotten about him.
You're on your own with that one.
Just saying. He's got mobility.
Does he?
He does.
Year one, I wouldn't be afraid of that.
I'll leave that one.
But technically, it's not year one, David.
Listen, I'm hoping the Giants trade for the kid. I'd rather do that than use the number 3 pick on a QB. I'll take JJ. We already got the meditation stations open underneath the goalposts.
It's year one. He played just a little bit in preseason. It would be year one.
Hey, listen. Bring him to a big
I
apple.
look at it more of a red shirt.
I want to reunite him with Mason Graham. I'm trading for JJ, and I'm drafting Mason Graham. 1925 Giants drive. We welcome all Wolverines. Maybe JJ can help us learn other teams' plays. I don't know. Okay. What? We need all the help we can get. We clearly didn't know what was coming this year. What is your problem? You are disgusted with me right now. What did I say that was wrong?
No, you got a big victory late in the year. You guys know how to win.
Good. There you go. I hope you're happy with yourself. Let's go to Jimmy, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on?
Hello, Mike and Rico.
What's up, Jimmy?
Okay. Gotta say this first. I am more disappointed in Saturday's game.
Okay.
Been watching the Lions for 40 years. I've never seen them win 15 games. I've never seen them.
Oh, boy.
I've never seen people want our people. It's like, people are like coming for our people. And now.
Jimmy, I can't do one word per 3 seconds. You got people driving home at -5. Jimmy, you got to bring some heat. You got to bring some energy. You got to be with me on this, Jimmy.
He felt like
this
year.
David, what did you play there? No. What is that?
So Rico said this earlier in the show. He was between thoughts, and he said, "Oh, just between thoughts." That's what you were doing, Rico. And I said, "Okay, it sounded great."
That's Rico. Yeah, that's Rico when he found out he's getting Abdul Carter in the draft.
Right.
It's probably a good place to leave it. Well done. Jimmy, I still love you, but I can't have you do that to our audience. Got people driving home, one eye open. They're exhausted. You got to bring some energy, Jimmy.
David, you're killing me.
Go ahead.
All right.
Just read something.
Let's be curious. All right. There we go. I knew you had one more in you. All right. Hey, guys, we have fun on radio. If you want to do the same, let Specs at LTU get you started on your path. Maybe you want to go into television. You're a graphic design artist. Go ahead, Mike. Do it again.
I don't have control of it. It's not on my board.
Oh, okay. You will. Graphic design artist, look, Specs at LTU can get you started on your path. You just need to, what, Mike? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications brought to you through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business, and with a hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, NFL playoffs, you got 3 games left. And if you can bring yourself to watching it, I totally understand. If you can't, FanDuel has more ways to play than anyone else. Championship weekend, maybe a little touchdown parlay, the SGPs, whatever you like, they got you covered. And yes, they're offering you same-game parlay insurance. So if you can watch the games, if you choose to, FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. We got more Lions tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're probably having the Jared Goff conversation. I know a lot of people are going to want to get involved. I've got some good, some bad, and how the Ben Johnson thing affects my opinion of it. But like I said, we are settling all family business this week so we can then move forward. So away we go. We'll do it tomorrow, though. I got some good stuff for you. David, a few ticket texts before we go to Wojo Solo at LCA.
Season ticket holder for 25 years, been listening to the station regularly the last year. After Saturday, I canceled my cable and haven't listened to 97.1 till today. Want nothing to do with the NFL till my Lions are back.
We're going to talk about it Friday. I have no issue if people go, I ain't watching this stuff this week. I totally get it. I still haven't watched the 2011 Big Ten Championship game. Can't do it. Won't do it. I totally get it. Your Lions are out. You have no appetite for football. It's natural. I don't think it makes you a bad fan. I wouldn't want to look at it either.
I'm a huge football fan, Lions fan, but after this season, I'm just burnt out and don't care. Didn't see the Sunday scores until Monday. I'm out on football the rest of the year. I actually just booked a ski trip for Super Bowl weekend, Tony, in Detroit.
Hey, if you're expecting me to criticize those people, I'm not. I totally understand it.
The NFC Championship game hurt the most. That was the year we would have beat the Chiefs. We were healthy.
I agree, but like we've had that debate. So I stand down.
State of sports right now is just awful for me. Once the Lions were out, I'm done with the playoffs, no championship games, no Super Bowl.
No, and that's the problem is you were going for a championship, and it's not the Pistons' fault, right?
No.
They're not. They're playing good, and they're making real strides, and Cade has become an all-star, and they probably end up in the playoffs because there's no one else to make it, but they're not going for anything. So it's hard to go from Lions to
right.
All right.
And I think everybody would have just lost their shirt if I would have said, hey, Mike, what if I bet you that the Tigers will go further in the playoffs than the Lions? Exactly. But that's actually what happened this year.
True. Very true.
I'd have to say the fact that so many of the coordinators are jumping ship really is an indicator that things aren't so happy at home for the Lions organization.
That's not true. You're talking about Ben Johnson being paid $13 million a year. The only coach in the league that makes more is Andy Reid. That has nothing to do with being happy. It has everything to do with you get limited life cycle as a coach. It's not that Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson don't love it here or that Terrell Williams didn't like it here. You're getting promotions. I mean, if I 10x'd Kenny's salary, he'd be working for Satan tomorrow, screening his calls. Hey, diddly-do, neighbors, Satan hotline. That has nothing to do with being happy. It's, dude, the number's too much.
WHDS.
Right, I mean, Kenny, you're a brand ambassador for Admiral Nelson, and I'm paying you 10x. Kenny's gone. That has nothing to do with us.
Who would Satan do live reads for?
A sauna. I don't know.
Red Hots.
An HVAC company, guaranteed.
Lighters.
Red Hot.
Yeah. Red Hots. Yeah.
I thought you were at LCA. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no.
I don't know why I just said that.
Right.
I
I was just like,
apologize.
he's actually right there.
Oh, that's what you meant about Detroit. You said, did you take a helicopter to Detroit?
No, I said, did the news fly you to downtown Detroit?
There you go.
Can I ask you a question?
What?
Separate, I know you wanted the Lions to win a Super Bowl for the people.
For the people?
But on a selfish note.
Yeah, I'm never selfish. Huh?
You're not sad you don't have to go to New Orleans.
Well,
right? It's a pain in the ass cover.
I don't even like to say that because, of course, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime. And it is an unbelievable zoo. It is. I've covered Super Bowls before, although the Lions have never been there when I covered one.
So it'd be
oddly
different
enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
And New Orleans is your kind of town. You could be continuously drunk 24 hours a day. So that might actually work for you.
You're required to be drunk to cover a game there.
Hurricanes and grenades are a little lethal.
Oh, they are very lethal.
Look out.
They're not your normal stuff.
No.
But you know what's amazing, and this is personal, but also for everybody else. Don't you feel like a whole month of your life just opened up to what? What now? What? Nothing, right? Like what?
No, I mean, I planned for
Being
the Lions.
cold?
I planned for the Lions to win the Super Bowl and make sure I was here at least the week after.
You're right.
So I didn't plan that post-football
See?
season vacation with my wife until I used the Lions as my barometer. Now you're like, well, I could have gotten out of town, but you can't do it that way. That's not how it works.
And again, weeks and weekends opened up, and I have a feeling people maybe saved some money that they were going to spend.
They're not watching those games this weekend. We're going to talk about it Friday. They're not, and I support their decision. It's too painful.
I think they are, though. I think they are going to watch.
I think they're going to say they're not. Kind of like David, when he wasn't not going to watch the Steelers on Christmas
Right,
Day.
he lied, yeah.
David, did you watch the Steelers on Christmas Day?
Of course he did.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, see?
I'm not watching it. I'm spending time with my family.
With my flock.
That's how I sounded on Christmas Day
Whoa.
watching the game.
You know what's going to happen this weekend?
and it's transforming already.
Hey, here's David
Yeah.
when the pregnancy test comes
Oh,
back.
wait.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa,
whoa,
whoa.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Did I miss the email on that? Is that new?
It ain't happening. That's what.
Oh.
It's no news.
Oh, okay.
All right, what are you doing next?
I'm not doing this, but real quick. Yeah. Don't you feel like, especially this weekend after last weekend's games, the hate the Chiefs mantra is going to grow?
Yes.
It
Because
is.
Taylor Swift runs the league. I am
Yeah,
convinced.
and the stupid penalties that they're...
she hits a button. It's
she
in
does?
the suite. It's like the easy button or the B-dubs button.
She just waggles a little bit.
No,
and
she just
they-
hits the button, and it goes in the ref's earpiece like MTV's Disaster Date, and he throws the flag. Disaster Date.
I believe it. Wow. Yeah. Oh, that is way
She's
back.
in the earbud. That was roughing on that guy.
But he was barely touched and he was in bounds. I didn't care.
I demand it.
I saw it. I am going to talk
does
about.
not have that much power.
She has more.
No, apparently not.
She has more power than most world leaders.
Oh, that might be true. I'll talk about Benedict Johnson, I suppose.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not. I'm mocking people that do that.
Thank you.
I got into Twitter fights with people saying, "Why can't we be angry? Stop it! Don't scold us. We could be angry."
Anybody could do this job. It's rock, paper, scissors. You can get AI set up to be the offensive coordinator.
I will say this: they built an elite coaching staff because it's getting rated.
Yeah, and it's hard to redo that.
It is hard to redo it. But after years of the Lions getting blasted for like being so bad at everything, now they're getting punished for being so good.
Yeah,
They really are kind of.
the irony of it all.
It
Isn't
is the irony of it. So I'll talk about that.
What time are you on till tonight?
6:10, 7:10, something like that.
Nothing shocks me.
I'd say he said 6:10, and I was just like, oh, okay, enjoy your show.
Rico?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, my.
David, cut their mics off. Thank you. All right, you can kick off the new year with big savings on... One more time. David, can you...